is on, I realized the reason I didn't get 100% with Darren is because before I reached the point where I need to choose a guy, there was a mistake with Darren. I should have said, when we realized that Darren was actually Voix, I should have said something around in the likes of you're not as I thought you would be, because it would have been, the canon choice, because everybody that met him has that same reaction, and to have the perfect ending, well, to have an ending, you have to be perfect answers every time. We actually needed to say that you were like everyone else on this one. So we're gonna continue with Darren. This is where we left off. And this is when he was trying to avoid us, and we have no idea why. And this should trigger an ending if all goes well. Goodbye. And then he's gonna text, I'm sorry. And this is the no mystery ending. This happens if you complete Darren's relationship at 100 without even completing the mystery or touching it whatsoever. There you go, Darren, normal ending unlocked. There it is. So, I let out a long sigh as I walk down one of the park trails. It's a nice day with the sun out and the scenery bright and fresh, but I still feel like a piece of crap. It was only recently that my falling out with Darren happened, and it still bothers me every day. It's like every single little thing reminds me of him, especially Roller. I can't even log onto that website without getting down. I haven't tried to get into contact with Darren since then. We ignore each other in class. I don't text or call him anymore. And I'm pretty sure he might have blocked me on my instant messenger. Or I blocked him. Whatever. Someone blocked someone. I guess that's why I'm out here. Being on campus does nothing but bring up stuff I don't want to remember. The park isn't much better. This is where that ROL meet happened before. I thought we'd been getting closer since then, too. Sigh. At least there are a bunch of people here to distract me, and it's lively today, which is always good for boosting spirits. That's kind of weird now that I think about it. Why is it so lively? I get my answer as I get further into the park. There's a big banner tied up to 2 wooden poles stuck in the ground. Farmers Market. Come support your local produce. Well, well. Huh. That sounds like it could be some kind of fun. There are usually some super neat things at a farmer's market. At least, I'm hoping they are in this one. I didn't even know this was a thing in town. It's not like I'm doing anything better right now. Let's go see what this market is all about. There are tents and stalls set up in rows at the site of the farmer's market, and I can hear cries from every direction for people to come and buy fruits and veggies. Trucks hauling produce are back up near some display, and I can see people atop the back, proud of what they've grown and are now selling. It's so busy here. One stall alone has several people gather around it. That goes for nearly all the stalls. I see apples, squash, carrots, sweet potatoes, okra, spinach, and vegetables I don't even know. This is way better than the supermarket, I've got to say. I mosey on up to one of the less crowded stalls, and I see it's one for pumpkins. Some are being used as jack-o'-lanterns for decoration, and they're so cute. They would look great on my blog. My phone's already out before I can stop myself, and I sigh as I realize what I'm doing. You're not supposed to be using Roller right now, Nicole. It already reminds me of him, and that's the last thing I want right now. I still not snap a picture of the jack-o'-lanterns anyway, because they're fun, and I love festive stuff like this. It's nice to see some old-fashioned charm in our day and age. God, I'm starting to sound just like Darren. I know he would love a place like this too. I look around at the whole scene. Old-timey tractor-like trucks, old-fashioned tarps and tents, people dressed in farm wear. Yup, this would be like heaven to him. My dumb luck. I come to the park to try and get my mind off things and manage to make me think about him more. Man, I miss Darren. If only he'd tell me what the hell his problem is. It's a weird cycle. When I'm not sad, I feel angry, and when it's neither of those, it's just some weird emotional numbness. It doesn't feel like I've done anything to warrant being cut off like this. Now that I think about, Darren didn't exactly say it was my fault, did he? Bleh, Darren. I'm not even trying not to think about it at this point. Get it together, Nicole. You're not here to mope. I move away from the pumpkin stall after assuring the owner that I wasn't buying and just start wandering, immersing myself in the atmosphere. My next stop is at a stall with a table lined up with jars of honey. Each jar is sealed up with cute plaid fabric tied up to a red ribbon, and I tempted to take some home before I remember I would have anything to put it on. After that is potatoes of both the sweet and not so sweet variety. Then I'm on a stall with spinach, broccoli, and cabbage. A whole lot of greens. This farmer's market is doing a really good job of making me hungry. It really is starting to distract me from... Darren? I can't believe it! I can see Darren standing in front of a tent with lots of pear-filled crates displayed on a folding table. The stall's owner offers him a slice and he takes it eagerly to pop in his mouth. What are the odds? I stop and stare, unable to help myself. I know I should move, hide, something, but I think a part of me wants Darren to see me here. But it's not like I expect that to be exactly what happens. Darren walks away from the display and he stops like I did once he spots me amidst the throng of people. Our eyes meet and something courses between them. Some type of energy. Yeah, he's dressed in old-timey clothes. He's wearing Victorian garbs. It's not a bow tie that he's wearing around his neck. It's mostly a string tied in a noose, tied in a bow. So it's not really a bow tie, but there's a nice vest, nice shirt. Yeah. And it's not hate or anger that I see in Darren's eyes once he spots me. He looks almost happy. Unfortunately, that happiness soon gives way to unbridled fear. Not the expression every girl wants to see from a guy she likes. At this point, I have no idea why I'm surprised when he takes off running away in the other direction. I instinctively take a step forward, then jerk back, remembering that what Darren said to me. I have to stay away from him. But I have to know why he doesn't want to talk to me. If I can just get him to tell me that, then I won't bother him anymore, I swear. I take off running, doing my best to weave past people as I follow Darren. I bump my shoulders into a few, and sometimes I straight up shove and get past. Sometimes I straight up shove to get past, but I have to reach Darren. I can't let him get away this time. The people thin out as I get farther from the market, and I eventually see Darren ahead. I pump my arms up, trying to propel myself farther, and I see him look over his shoulder and start speeding his pace up in vain. My muscles are starting to burn and my vision's blurring, but I keep my focus tight on the guy running in front of him. I have to catch Darren. Some part of me feels like if I don't now and let him get away, he'll be out of my life for good. And I really don't want that, not at all. Our chase ends as the two of us end up in some secluded copse of the park. Secluded copse of the park. This is a new word for me. It's probably my imagination, but the trees here seems to be healthier with their green leaves and sturdy bark. Flowers and jeweled shades of red, orange, pink, and yellow grow here and there at the bases. Darren suddenly stops and pivots his heel to face me. He's breathing heavily, and his glasses are askew, though he quickly remembered to push them back up his nose bridge. Why are you chasing me? I give him an incredulous look as I bend over to catch my breath. Because you're running away from me, you idiot! We stand there in a stalemate. The only sounds for a few seconds are of a spent breaths. I dab the back of my forehead with my wrist as I finally get my breathing back to normal. I'm sorry I chased you. I know you told me to stay away, but I still have something to ask you, Darren. Here it is, the question I've been asking myself again and again and again. Was I really that annoying to you? I know I was pushy and I forced stuff on you like all the time, but I didn't know that you hated it. I didn't hate it. Darren's eyes widened like he hadn't meant to say that. You didn't? No, I would never. It was the exact opposite. Darren ... You were never a bother to me or anything of the sort. I immensely enjoyed all the time we spent together. I suppose you can say that I ... I truly do like you, Nicole. By this point, Darren's blushing like crazy and he hits me the moment after I take in what he just said. That was just a confession. Darren just confessed that he liked me. You like me? Darren nods shyly and I'm left standing there with a hand held bashfully to my face. Seriously? Wow, this is so sudden. That's why I had to tell you to stay away. His words blow away any feeling of euphoria I may have gotten from hearing his true feelings. I look at him in bewilderment, unable to follow. I'll only serve to hold you back, Nicole. It was clear from the day we held that meeting in the park. You do so much for me, and I only cause problems for you. I cannot communicate too well, and I'm so quiet. For someone who burns as brightly as you, I would only dim your glow. That's why you should leave me be. You cannot allow me to depend on you like this. Do you remember the phrase, study the past if you would define the future? It holds true here. The meeting, the movie theater, all the trouble you had with me before, they only prove how burdensome I can be to you. I don't want that. I don't want to trouble you any longer. It all takes a moment to sink in. Just by looking at Darren with his hands balled up and his quivering lips, I can tell he's being sincere. So this is what he really thinks? All this time he thought that he would only bring me down and that's why he avoided me? Well, I have stuff of my own to say to him. I'll make my own damn future, thank you very much. I yell, sounding angry. And I am angry. I'm angry that all this time Darren believed he was being the bother when it couldn't be any farther from that. Did you ever come to think that the only reason I did any of that for you because I liked you too? Darren ... You do? Yes! I like you, I really do! And that's why I want to be with you. Even if it means I'm stuck with you who are. Darren of what? They're one and the same to me. I like both of them. That's not going to change anytime soon. You're sure? What am I going to have to do to fully convince him? I hold a hand to my chest and nod my head in earnest. More than anything, even if the past says this is a bad idea, I'm not letting it bring me down. I'm gonna make my own future. And you have to make your own future too, Darren. You can't run from who you are forever. And you can't run from me forever, you know. Don't let the past scare you. You'll never know what's waiting for you up ahead if you don't run to meet it. At least that's what I think. Make my own future. Darren repeats the word quietly under his breath. Darren ... Then, would you mind terribly if I started doing so right now? Darren looks at me as he approaches, coming close enough that I can see the shades of gray in his eyes. My heart beats a little faster with his change in proximity. What the heck are you doing? Why are you... Oh. What the heck are you going to... Please, allow me this. Quietly, Darren leans in, and I don't do anything to stop him. My eyes go wide as he plants his lips on mine. The kiss doesn't last long enough for me to close my eyes. It's brief and chaste, but my heart still flutters as Darren steals my breath away. When we part, I meet Darren's face to see him grinning shyly. I'm sure I'm doing the same. That was... wow. I concur. Darren releases a tense, pent-up breath and holds a hand to his chest. I was so nervous, it felt as though my heart was about to burst from my chest. He's the one to talk. My face feels so warm, I reach up to feel for myself. Seeing this, Darren takes my hand into his own, and I feel our fingers laced together as we stand so close. So, if you like me and I like you, it simply means we'll have to do something about that. Like, date? I could have said it better myself. Then it's official. ... Yes, I do believe it is. Jeez, finally! Darren starts laughing at my little outburst and I sway in place, suddenly acting girly. I feel like we should move or something, but I honestly don't want to let go of Darren's hand. It feels nice to be holding it, especially in a place like this, away from the chatter and bustle of other people. It's just Darren and me in the small, pretty copse in the park, and it's perfect. I know it has been a long time overdue from the sounds of it, but trust me when I say I promise not to waste any more time when it comes to the matter of my affection for you. Yeah, Shakespeare, save it. You still have to make it up to me somehow. I'm really joking. Darren's seriously done enough, but as usual, he takes me as being completely serious. True. Yes, I have the perfect idea. Reluctantly, Darren lets go of my hand to reach into his pocket and pull out his phone. He holds it up shyly. Shall we take a picture together for my blog? Oh, now he wants to take a selfie. This is gonna be his first picture. A picture? But I thought you said that I dislike taking pictures, yes. However, you were right when you said that I couldn't keep running from who I am, and I figured I should start by showing my followers who Voir truly is, along with the girl who managed to steal his heart. I roll my eyes at the line, but I still blush anyway. Now that we're actually dating, Darren isn't holding back. That's definitely a line I would expect from Voir, no doubt about it. Fine, you charmer. Let's take a picture together. Now we see them. Yeah, he's taking a selfie. Darren smiles as I accept his offer, and we get close, with his arm over my shoulder and the other holding his camera above us. Of course, I have to be the one to teach him how to properly take a selfie, but eventually he managed to set it up so we can see ourselves on screen. Yeah, because he's showing the camera, is turning the camera with the flash towards them, but he cannot see the screen. The screen is facing away. So he has to turn back the cell, and then he has to press the button so he can see himself inside of a cam, and then use the front camera to take the picture. Ready? Mm-hmm. I look into the screen at our faces close together and smiling, and I nod. Nothing wrong with this at all. Yep. Ready, steady. Very well. I'll take it on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Oh, that was cute. That's the end. Alright, now let's check the mystery on ending. I wonder if it's gonna be that short. Okay, let's load the other one. Don't help him. Okay, now I'm at run 100 with him as well. And then we're gonna go towards this thing. Sorry. It's the same as before, right? Still feel like a piece of crap. Let's see if I can skip. It's the same. But the mystery is on, right? Oh, Darren's special ending unlocked. There you go. Okay, so when the mystery mode is on, there's the normal ending and the special ending on top of that. So now this is the end when she get caught. I'm free, I'm free. Darren's hunched over his phone, looking totally absorbed in whatever it is he has going on. What is he doing here? I don't think I asked him to wait for me. Oh, this is supposed to be like some sort of surprise? If so, that's so sweet. Best boyfriend material right here. I bet you he's looking at something amusing right now. He covers his mouth with a hand to hide his laughter, but I can see the glint of his eyes. I wonder how long it'll take for Darren to notice me. I sneak off the sidewalk to the side and manage to get right behind Darren without him realizing. Teasingly, I lean over so I'm right over his head. Oh, Darren! Darren jumps in his seat like I just poured ice cubes down his back. Nicole! I gotcha! I know it's mean, but I laugh anyway. Darren should really be used to this by now. I wouldn't do this so often if he stopped reacting so pricelessly. Darren pouts in his seat, his phone held to his chest. I thought you said you wouldn't stop doing... I thought you said you would stop doing that. Oops, I guess I kind of forgot. I take a seat beside him, still chuckling. I'm going to take a guess and say meeting you here isn't a coincidence. I had meant to surprise you. I didn't think you'd be finished for a while now. I'm surprised. It worked. Don't worry. I lean over to kiss Darren on the cheek, hoping that'll be enough of an apology for that scare earlier. I take his rosy face as a sign that it works. That was... Anyway, how do you... No. I hold my hands over my ears. I'm not talking about that test. I just want to forget all about school, flush it down the drain. But I'm feeling good about it. It wasn't a breeze, but I think I did pretty great. That's wonderful to hear. Darren gives me a supportive smile. What about, huh? I saw you smiling to yourself when I came over to spook you. Me? Oh, it's nothing really. I only received a funny message on Roller. Oh? I've been exchanging messages with this one fellow. He has the skill to make quite the repartee, so I always find myself chuckling. Ah. I lean forward and rest an elbow on my knee. My chin follows afterward. I bet it's some pseudo-intellectual mumbo-jumbo then. I grinned easily at Darren and he glanced back at his phone, flustered as if to double-check. Kidding again! Ah, you make this so easy, Darren. Where's the challenge? I wasn't aware I was supposed to be presenting one. If this was over an instant messenger, I'm sure you wouldn't have it quite so easy. With Darren's typing speed and lightning fast brain, I'm sure I wouldn't. But when it's us talking offline like this, at least I can relish in working him as many jabs as I can. It's what he gets for all those jabs he gives me online. Oh, oops, I almost forgot. I have to call my mom and tell her how the test went, I promised. I shrug off my shoulder bag and dig around for my phone. Where did I put that thing? I sort of threw a few pens until I found it one of the smaller pockets. Nice. Can you watch my back for me, Darren? It'll be just a sec. I will. Darren nods reassuringly and I head a bit away so I don't bother him with my conversation. But when I try calling Mom, I get sent to her voicemail. I guess she's busy. I'll just leave a message. Hi Mom, just calling like I promised. There's not much to really say, so you should just call me when you can. My phone surprises me by suddenly buzzing against my face, and I hastily finish the message. Okay, bye, love you. Was that a text from someone? No, it was another email, and it's from Roller again. Whenever I see it's a Roller message, my stomach seizes on itself like a cave-in. I always wonder if it's going to be another fake blog made by the abductor. And what do you know? It actually is this time. The username, Corning to get you. At this point, I'm way too jaded to be that scared, but that name is unsettling to read. The day has come. Fight or flight. Will you make the first strike on the abandoned battlefield, or shall I? The day has come. I take back everything I said about not being too scared. I nearly dropped my phone from how bad my hands are shaking. December was when Erin was abducted last year. Are they going for the same schedule? I look down at my phone, rereading desperately. Will you make the first strike on the abandoned battlefield, or shall I? What do they mean, abandoned battlefield? Wait, do they mean that abandoned building? Is this a way to call me out? Are they so confident that they think they can mess with me like this? I swallow the anger rising in my throat and I do all I can to control myself from running off. I don't know what's going on through their mind, but they have made the biggest mistake of their life. I'm not going to let them get the better of me anymore. But then again, what about Darren? I can't leave him all by himself after he went through the trouble of surprising me like this. I really don't want to, but it looks like I have no choice. I can't let Darren get hurt, no matter what. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself otherwise. I try to keep it together as I head back to Darren. He's back up to his phone, probably still messaging on Roller and whatnot. At least it shouldn't be too hard to slip away if he's distracted to begin with. Oh, welcome back, Nicole! Darren offers me my shoulder bag back, and I take it gratefully. At least it saves me the trouble of awkwardly reaching for it. Thanks, but I've got some bad news. I have to take off right now. Right now? Darren does his best to hide his impulsive flash of disappointment, but I catch it right away. I must really be used to studying his expression. Did something happen? Yeah, it's something important, so I have to leave right away. I'm sorry. I promise to message you later, though. I fidget anxiously as I wait for Darren's response, avoiding his face. I already feel bad as it is. I don't need his expression to make me feel worse. I understand. I hope whatever it is goes okay. I hold back a sigh of relief, nearly losing it at the last second. I almost thought he was going to ask more questions there. Before I leave, I kiss Darren lightly on the lips, and then I set off to do what needs to be done. I hurried through campus and out into town, back to the abandoned building as I am. I did think about bringing a weapon, but that might raise some weird question if anyone saw me. Am I really doing this? For all I know, I'm rushing headfirst towards my death. But I'm already here, and just think, maybe I can get this guy all on my own. can't be afraid. I've come this far and I've figured out so much. Even if I haven't figured out all the pieces just yet, I can't back down. This is what I tell myself as I walk into the abandoned building. It's as quiet as it always is, with no sign of anyone nearby. Even so, I stay on my guard and walk slowly. Anything can pop up when you least expect it. Especially with how dark it is in there. Still afternoon, but it doesn't look like much light gets in at all. Wait, I can hear something. I turn to look down at a nearby hall, and something moves past the corner and into the shadows. I take off as an adrenaline rush comes over me, flooding out the fear that should have taken its place. That had to be the abductor. I can hear the noise more clearly now. It's like footsteps, but someone running. Bet they don't realize they're leading me right to them. I keep chase, zipping past corner until I hear something else. They're girl screams. Oh my god, did they manage to abduct someone else instead? I don't waste any time. I race towards the door and I hear the screams and pull the door wide open. Stop! But there's no one to stop. The room is empty. And hold on, I think I've been here before. Yeah, it's that one room I investigated the last time I came here. Then where is that sound coming from? I check around, and the closer I get to the bed, the louder the screams get. I sweep a hand under the pillows, and out comes a portable MP3 player. Scowling, I press the stop button and shove the player back in frustration. What the heck is this supposed to be? The slam of the door behind me is all I need for an answer. It should have been obvious in retrospect. It's a trap. And I fell for it like a big fat idiot. This can't be happening! I grab the knob and try to turn in, but it sticks in place, no matter how much I pull and twist. Somebody help me! I bang on the door with both fists, rattling the door on its hinge. Get me out of here! Let me out, damn it! It doesn't matter how hard I hit or if I kick and scream, the door doesn't open. I try until my hands sting, but I eventually find my breath giving out. After one final thump of my fist, I slump against the door and slide down to my knees. I should have been more careful. What am I going to do now? Tiredly, I dropped onto my bottom and leaned back against the wall next to the door, knees hugged to my chest. I can't do anything. I can't even call for help. There's no signal in here. All I can do is sit on my useless butt. I bow my head in between my knees, feeling like I want to die. I don't know what's going to happen right now. But there's a noise from the door, I think. No, that was definitely a noise from the door, and I can see the knob shaking from this side. The abductor's trying to get in here, it has to be. I leap to my feet. This is my last chance. If I don't get him now... I press myself flat against the wall just as the door slowly swings up, creaking on its rusty hinges. I gotta give this all I got. I charged forward with a loud yell, knocking right into the abductor's chest. I hit so hard that we were both sent flying forward onto the bed, and I scrambled to try and pin them. Wait! Looking down, I see a familiar face, though his glasses are slightly askew. Oh, Darren! I let go of his wrist and leap back from the bed as I feel my face go warm. Well, that's embarrassing. And if it's embarrassing for me, it's gotta be a million times more for Darren. He adjusts his glasses as he sits up, but he does his best to avoid my gaze for the time being. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. Are you okay? Darren nods once and nervously looks up from his knees. I'm fine. I'm only a bit shook up. What are you doing here, Darren? This place could be dangerous. Well, I know, and I'm sorry, but I thought you were acting peculiar earlier at school. I was afraid something was the matter, and once you set off, I decided to follow you. I watched you come inside here. I became worried once I saw you were taking a long time. Then I came in to try and find you myself. That's when I heard something coming from over here. Ah, and that's how I ended up tackling you to the bed. I guess it was only a matter of time, right? I really just teased Darren to try and get myself to relax, my heart still pounding so fast from how scared I was. But wait, did Darren just say, "You followed me all the way out here? Why didn't you say anything?" "You didn't appear to want to talk about it. I didn't think you'd say anything if I even asked." "I know that was rather rude of me. I'm sorry, but Nicole, what is happening? Why were you locked in here?" I bite my lip, unsure what to say. I'm not as good as word as Darren can be. There's no way I can sidestep this question without being totally obvious. "Darren, I can't explain it right now. I'm sorry, but it'll have to wait. You understand, right?" Darren stares at me quietly for a few seconds. "Yes." He stares back down at his hands in his lap. ... "I mean, no. No." Darren repeats it again firmly. "No, I don't understand, Nicole. This can't wait. Something dangerous must be happening, and you have to tell me everything you know." "Darren..." He stands to his feet, not even shaking. It's like I can hardly recognize him. Does Darren want to know so badly when it's come to this? He has to yell at me to get me to talk? He never yells. "Hello, No Eyesight. How you doing?" We unlock the special ending with Darren. Basically, special ending is the normal ending plus the mystery ending come together. So there was a repeat of Darren's normal ending. So basically what happened is there was a farmer's market, and we wanted to change our minds since it's been days that we haven't talked to Darren. Like, we mutually agreed to avoid each other, and the farmer's market was like old school. Like, there was like old-timey farm trucks, and there were like lots of display of produces, and people dressed like farmers, and like he since he likes the old he likes old-fashioned, he was there, and she decided to ask Darren. So I'm gonna ask one thing and then I'm gonna leave you alone for good. So she asked, "Was I really annoying to you? Because I know I forced you to do stuff you didn't want to do." And then he explained himself. It was quite the opposite. The only reason he wanted us to avoid us is because, one, he likes us, and two, that she shines so bright that he realized, like, with the RLL meeting and with the movie date, like every time they're together, he causes problems for Nicole, and he wanted to be out of her way. So since she shines so bright, he didn't want to dim the glow. So like she does so much for him, and he felt sorry that he was a burden, so he wanted to take himself out of the way, so he wouldn't be a problem with her. And when we realized that was the real reason, we got mad, and we said, "Don't you think that the only reason we pull up with all your shit is because we love you too?" And then that's when they kiss. And for the first time, they made a selfie, and that was cute. That was beautiful. Now we're doing the mystery ending, so it's basically the selfie again, plus the meeting when she got trapped. She went in, didn't say anything, and then Darren came in and saved her, unlocked the door. Basically, the mystery ending is gonna be the same as the alone ending, except that your significant other will unlock the door to save you before you get drugged. So let's see how it goes next. We haven't figured out who the abductor is yet. It's still up in the air. There's no other choice. It looks like I finally have to dish about everything. Remember I was looking into those disappearances earlier in the semester? It might be because I was scared I was going to be the next one abducted. It's a long story, but one day I started getting these weird messages on my blog. They told me I was gonna be the next girl taken, and that I should watch myself and stuff like that. So I started investigating on my own to fight back against this abductor. I nearly cracked their case, and I thought I was gonna put the final nail in the coffin today. But I guess the only coffin I nailed was mine. Earlier I got another message from the abductor. They sent me a message saying that if I didn't want to be taken, I have to get to them first. I showed Aaron the latest message I got that afternoon. Here, this is it. I've gotten 4 more before this, but I erased them all. I understand. But how long has this been happening for? I wince my eyes and close and silently take a breath. Since the semester started. I peek open an eye to gauge Darren's reaction, but he doesn't say anything. Darren? I reach out to try and grab his shoulder, but he starts trembling all over before I get the chance. I see his lip from words under his breath, but I can't barely pick them up. Ew. Odd. What was that? Mad. Darren speaks out loud enough that I can pick out the last of his sentence. Then all of a sudden he explodes. I'm really mad! I'm extremely mad at you, Nicole! Darren falters as he notices how shocked my face must have seemed right now. I'm sorry. No, wait. I'm not sorry. I shouldn't be because this is so like you. You speak so much, but when it comes to subjects such as this, you never say anything. But it's because I don't want to. Don't say it! Darren furiously shakes his head. Don't you say it's because you wish to protect me or because it's too dangerous. That's no excuse to take it all on your own. We're supposed to be dating, yet you treat me as though you're babysitting. I don't need to be babysat. I can protect myself. And Darren swallows and steels himself for what he's about to say. I can't protect you too, Nicole. It seems like the only person who doesn't think that is you, though. Is that it? Do I truly seem that undependable and weak to you? What? No. Of course you don't. I never thought that. I just suck. And you're completely right, Darren. I haven't been fair to you. I just didn't want to get you hurt for my sake. I care a lot about you. Please don't think that I hate you or that I think you're weak or anything like that, because I don't. I was just so scared and so much was going on that I thought I had to take it on my own. I'm really sorry, you're right. I should have told someone. I talk so fast that my chest is heaving. I force myself to finally take a breath, then wait for Darren's response. I expect a cold rebuttal. However, Darren quietly takes both of my hands in his and squeezes. I don't think I could ever hate you, Nicole. It's okay. Then, taking me completely by surprise, Darren pulls me by my arms and brings me into his chest. He wraps his arms around me, settling me into his body. I forgive you. You understand now, right, about how I feel? Yeah. I pull back, smiling, and wipe at tears has been beaded at the corner of my eyes. I hear you loud and clear. Darren smiles back at me warmly, however he doesn't waste any time. My hands are still held by his, and he takes me by one and leads me out into the hall. We must leave now. We can't stay here much longer. Whoever locked you into that room may still be around here. Uh-huh. That's what I was thinking. There's no cell phone service in here either. We'll have to get out of this building. Which may involve running into this person, inevitably. The tone of Darren's voice suggests he's troubled, but he shakes his head as he continues to lead me out. That doesn't matter. I know I may not be the strongest or the fastest person out there, but I won't let that stop me. I promise to get you out of here safely, Nicole. I'll do whatever I must to make sure of this. Wow, Darren. Jeez, did that really make me blush right now? I hold a hand to my cheek and my face is completely warm. Darren's always been sweet like this, but I never knew he could be so forceful when he wants to be. I actually like this hidden side of him. I'm about to say more, but I'm cut off by the sound of someone clapping nearby. Darren and I come out into a wide hall. The cracked windows on the side are still able to stream in light. And standing in the middle of all the rubble and moss is... Sunset! Yes, but besides that... Jeff? There's no mistaking it's Jeff. Clapping his hands slowly. He stops the moment he sees we've noticed and wears a smile like he couldn't care less. There's our leading lady, the star of the show! Our beloved heroine has finally made her escape. Color me impressed. I thought everything was foolproof, but I suppose even the plan of a genius has its flaws. Jeff shrugs his shoulders, making no sense as usual. Beside me, Darren gives me a questionable look. An acquaintance of yours? It's a long story. I sighed and gestured to Darren that it is something better saved for later. Jeff? Seriously? Now is not a good time for any lame jokes. We have to get out of here before... Wait a minute. It dawns on me. What did Jeff just say before? I can see it in your eyes. You figured it out, haven't you? I nod weakly. You're saying that you're behind all the abductions? Correct! Nicely done! I can prove it if need be, but somehow I get the feeling I don't have to. The pieces all have been put together, and here we are, the two of us at our final confrontation. At last, that's how I imagined it was going to be. Jeff glances at Darren, annoyed. It seems we have an unexpected guest within our midst. How terrible of you to come uninvited. Darren shirks under Jeff's annoyed glare, but he holds his ground shakily. I would never leave Nicole on her own, especially not with the likes of you. How can you stand there and claim to be the doctor so easily? You speak like you have no conscience. Darren's right, it doesn't make sense. All this time I thought this abductor guy was some huge creep and it's just been you. Why? I don't get it. Why would you take these girls like that? Oh? It's rather simple, really. I needed subjects. And there so happened to be 3 perfect candidates right there. I didn't hurt them, of course. I am a man of science, not a monster. Besides, it's not as though they were very missed. But that cannot be true. Darren speaks up timidly. At first he speaks so softly that I can barely hear him, but his voice steadily increases in volume. I was never involved with the disappearance, but even I heard the stories. Alicia Henrik was your second victim, correct? She was very well liked among everyone. I heard many aspired to be just like her. How can you say someone like her would not be missed? Because nobody wanted her around. Darren and I freeze in place. Hold on. You're the one who told me that she was super involved and super important. Why would no one... People were jealous of her. He hit me right away, and I almost feel stupid for not realizing it sooner. Of course, you have someone that's successful around and someone's bound not to like it. Correct again! You see, those traits are indeed remarkable, but they are ironically the reason no one would care to find her. I never mentioned this either, Nicole, but poor Alicia didn't have any friends. How sad it must have been to be treated so pettily. You'd think such a genius would be more popular, but apparently not. And what did Alicia do? She drowned herself in her work to fill the void. A tad cliché, but understandable. No one liked her, so what else to do but give in to her weakness? I suppose you could say this abduction was one of mercy. At least, when she was alone, she didn't have to contend with others constantly jeering at her. But that cannot be right. Darren suddenly speaks up, emboldened. I mean, pardon, I'm not saying that you're incorrect. I'm only saying that what you did was incorrect. What you did may have been out of mercy, but all you did was worsen Alicia's state. You allowed her a way to hide from something she should have faced. I know how it feels to give in to your weakness, but that is not how one should live their life. I do not think you should have abducted Alicia before giving her a chance to stand up for herself. Actually, I'm positive this is the case. What you did was wrong, and you won't get away. Jeff furrows his brow like what Darren says is an annoying bump in the road of his grand scheme. However, it doesn't last for very long. I won't get away, you say? Well, that's a thought. I'd like to see you try and stop me. Jeff takes out a small bell with a short string poking out of the side. It's only when he shows off a lighter in his other hand that I realize that string is a fuse. Consider this our last clash, Nicole. Fare thee well. When I finally get to the front, I see Darren's doing his best to fend off Jeff's assault, but it's completely obvious that he has no experience fighting like this. Jeff's way too fast, and he zips around, shoving himself against Darren like he's toying with him. Darren stumbles back and forth, grounding with each hit. He has his hands up awkwardly, trying to fit in a few attacks of his own, but he can't even reach Jeff. Give it up already! You're outmatched! Jeff tugs on Darren's collar to draw him closer, but Darren has both his hands held tight on Jeff's to try and pull him off. It does not matter! I will not stop! Somehow he managed to wrench off Jeff's grip, and he lets a hand fly, backhanding Jeff across the face. A gasp as Jeff's head is whipped away with a resounding smack. A beat passes, then disturbingly Jeff creaks his head back into place, eyes fiery and trained on Darren. You'll regret doing that! Without warning, he returns the gesture, backhanding Darren so hard a harsh red mark blossoms on his face. The other hand grabs his collar again, and Jeff reaches back a fist, ready to swing it right into Darren's face. Darren can't do anything but struggle, completely disoriented. I can't let this happen. Darren! I face forward without thinking, catching both Jeff and Darren off guard, and with how loud I yell. My target isn't Darren though. I leapt onto Jeff's back, pulling him backwards by his neck. His arm flailed to try and pull me off, but I tightened my grip even harder. You! Darren, now! Get him now! I don't know how much longer I can hold Jeff like this, and once he gets me off, Darren looks at me, then to Jeff, and he moves into action. He rears a fist back just as Jeff was a moment before, then punches Jeff right in the gut. Jeff grunts in pain, staggers in place, then all of a sudden is collapsing to his knees. I hop off as soon as I can, not wanting to end up entangled with him. He lets out a slow gurgle, reach out vindictively for Darren's with a clawed hand, then falls flat on his face unconscious. Did you get him? I nod Jess with the toe of my shoe and nope, he's not moving. You did it, Darren! I laugh victoriously and run to hug him. However, it's when I feel him pushing me back that I realize he must be hurting somewhere, something real fierce right now. Oh man, are you okay? Honestly, no, not really. Darren offers me a weak smile. Are you safe though? Did he manage to hurt you? No, I'm fine. Kinda hard to beat someone up when they're on your back. Darren chuckles lightly, but it breaks out into a coughing fit. Ouch! I should not have done that. Are you sure you're okay? I stable Darren by the shoulders and look at him, concerned. However, all he offers me is another smile. If only you were this nice to me all the time. Hey! I guess you got a point there, though. After making sure Darren's not on the verge of fainting, I call the police to report the situation. It takes a bit of explaining, and the officer did seem kind of peeved that Darren and I did this on our own, but he eventually tells us to hang tight and wait for officials to arrive. We kept watch over Jeff for about 20 minutes before we saw the first cop car to pull up to the abandoned building. Soon there were even more cars, and the whole street was eventually blinking with red and blue. I think Ted's dad even arrived at the scene. When he saw us, he pulled us aside to ask questions of his own. Let's just say that Mr. Starr can be pretty serious when he wants to be. Poor Darren is not the type who takes being yelled at very well. I thought he was gonna pee his pants at first. Thankfully, Mr. Starr took pity on us, just gave us a warning. He was the one who then cuffed Jeff up and led him to the police car once he was conscious. Darren and I had to go down to the station too. They told us it was for our official statement only, but it still took so long. By the time it was over... Hello, Eggroll Buddy! How you doing? Let's give a little shout out to Eggroll Buddy. I believe he was last seen playing Pokemon Legend Arceus. Or I think it's pronounced Arceus, because there's the word Arc. Yeah. I'm having a good day. You're watching one of the endings. We're just find out who the abductor was. I'm not sure if it's the same with every guy, because it's one of the guy we can possibly date. So it's like we'll see if it's the same around with everybody else. But right now, yeah. Oh wow. So we'll see how it goes. By the time it was over and the chaos had died down to a mild roar, it was pretty late at night. Still, I couldn't help but think of it as the beginning of the end. We caught Jeff. We actually solved the multiple disappearances mystery. Those were the words I drifted off when I finally got the chance to sleep. It's been a few days since everything happened, and the news erupted all over the town like wildfire. I feel like I've gotten more attention in the past 3 days than I have all semester. It's kind of weird, but I like it. A girl can get used to it. On the other hand, it can get annoying at times. I enter the second floor of the library, doing my best to keep quiet. It doesn't look like there are that many people there in this time of day. Not that surprising, considering it's officially the start of winter break. It's on Christmas Eve! However, the fact that this place is deserted might mean I'll find exactly the guy I'm looking for. I head past the bookshelves to the other side of the floor, and sitting at the table with a book laid flat in front of him is Darren. I know I shouldn't, but it's too perfect. Darren had his back turned, he's distracted, and there's no way for him to see me coming. That's like all I need to scare the bejeebers out of him. Smirking, I creep closer to him, hands clawed out as if I'm ready to snatch him up. I got you! Turning in his chair, Darren smiles victoriously at me, with the sunset behind him like that. It's almost majestic. However, I'm kind of too peeved to really appreciate that. Yeah, the art is amazing. It's from an indie company called Ratalaika. They do a lot of different style of visual novel. They're not too short. This is one of the longest, because there's actually there's actually time management and stats to boost. Like the first time we were playing this game, we were playing on the schedule. We have to manage. Okay, what we're gonna do today? Are we gonna investigate? Are we gonna do some activity? Are we gonna study? We need to watch our morale and our sleep and our energy so that we won't get too much sleep. There was a lot of self-care, and we also had a job. Like we were juggling school, job, romance, investigation, since we were targeted as the next victim to be abducted. So yeah, it's basically a dating sim with a twist of mystery. Like you can remove the mystery completely if you want. And there's also a visual novel mode. If you only want to see the story and the dating, you can. I wanted to see the gameplay and the mystery aspects, and all I got was bad ending. This is actually my first good ending I got with the guy I'm aiming to romance. This one is a little bit unforgiving because they want us to reach 100%. We need to be perfect in all our interaction. If you don't succeed to get 100, you get the alone ending, and it doesn't suck. It's just, oh well, semester is over, and okay, I'm alone, but I'm happy. The end. Well, yeah, right now we're gonna fish for all the endings. This is our first good ending with the first guy we're dating. I have other saves for the other guys we can date, and today we're gonna venture on them. There's gonna be Ted at first, and then we're gonna do Kurt, and then Jeff at last, since Jeff appears to be the villain in this story. He was kind of a narcissistic, but I thought, you know what, maybe it's a type that girls like. I cannot tell, but they're like all four characters are like four archetypes of different kind of boyfriend. This one, Darren, is the introvert. He's the one who's very, very popular on social media, but when it comes to talk offline, he has no social skills. He's too shy, he stumbles on his words, but when he texts, he's lightning fast. And he's also very old-fashioned, and he likes historical fiction. He's a lot into 18th century, 19th century stuff. Like he's going to a farmer's market dressed like the Victorian nobleman, you know? It's that kind of a guy. Right now he's dressing casual because it's the library. But yeah, I'm kind of too peeved to really appreciate that. What? How did you know? I must be getting better at detecting your underhanded scheme. That's all the answer he provides me with before returning to his book. With lowered eyelid, I go up and look over his shoulder at what he's reading. I can't really tell with just black word on a page though. What are you reading? Rereading, actually. It's a collection of short novellas. The one I'm currently on features an archaeological team investigating an old abbey. You see? It's fascinating. I think it may be one of my favorite mystery novellas. Jeez, we just came out of a mystery ourselves and you're already getting yourself involved in another one? I take the seat beside Darren and scoot it closer until our arms are touching. I suppose it's my way to cope with all this newfound attention. Reading tends to do that for me. I'm kinda liking it. Yes, but you're the type of person who would enjoy being asked the same question 5 times in succession. For me, it wears me out to the point of exhaustion. Which is why you're hiding out here in the library. I knew I'd find you in here. Either that or my room, but now that Kurt's back with his family for the break, I find it a bit lonely, to be honest. Even though I'm still here? I puff up my cheek and pout at Darren. As he responded with an apologetic glance, I leaned my face closer until I eventually close enough to pop my breath in his face. Giggling, I pulled back as Darren jolted in place. Just kidding! Yes, always with the jokes with you. He brushes his hair back into place, frowning slightly, however, this soon makes way for a smile. Also, I said a bit lonely, remember? You're perhaps the reason I'm not completely lonely. That's true for the semester in general. It's thanks to you that I've managed to meet many nice people I can now call my friends. I don't even need to be voix in order to keep them. Darren clenches his eyes tightly as I give him a fixed look. Yes, sorry, he is me. It's a hard habit to break after referring to him as a different entity for so long. At least you corrected yourself. I reach over and place my hand on top of Darren's resting on the page. But I'm glad to hear that, Darren, even if you don't owe me jack. You're the one who did everything yourself. You came this far all on your own, even if there were a few bumps in the road. I just gave you a teensy push. I consider it more of a shove. Fine, a shove. Off a metaphorical cliff into the shark-infested waters of socialization. Okay, now you're really losing me. We share a laugh after a little verbal tete-a-tete. Like usual, I don't know. I never get used to being good at this kind of wordplay before, but hanging out with Darren forced me to get it if I wanted to keep up with him. I don't mind in the least, though. Hey, wait, if you're so much better at socializing, why did you come in the library to hide then? I said I was better at socializing, certainly, but having so many people speak to me all at once, it's much more than I can handle. I simply don't know how I managed to do it. With what? There's a weird tone to his voice that I never heard before. I take the one look at Darren's face, his nose slightly upturned, and he hits me. The boy is bragging! Wow, way to rub it in, Mr. Popular. I know my blog isn't nearly as great as yours. You're catching up with followers, though. You may only need a mere million to go before we match in number. Oh, you suck! I hold up a hand to smack his elbow, but Darren catches it in his hand and squeezes lightly. Gently, he places it back down the middle of his book, then leans in, closing the distance between us. Oh, we see them kiss. Nice. We never see them kiss yet. Right now, there was only like the text. They say that they kiss, but we didn't see it. Now we see them kiss for the first time. He kisses me sweetly, lightly dabbing at my lips with his tongue before he receives entrance. I get lost in the warmth between us for a moment before remembering myself and pulling back. You're getting better at this. Am I? That's a relief to hear. Yeah, at least you don't keep your lips shut anymore. I giggle and tap my own playfully as I remind him of those past days. Man, if even I haven't kissed anyone before Darren, and I still knew that. But I don't revel too long in Darren's embarrassment, though. So, where are we now? I look down at the book, waiting for Darren to catch the hint. He follows my gaze with his eyes. Oh, I see. He drapes an arm over my shoulder, pulling me into him as he underlines a section with his finger. I haven't read very far, so we're right here, near the beginning. Oh, that's cute. And that's the ending of the special ending for Darren. I'll take this opportunity to clean my glasses. I realized when I read that I didn't clean my glasses when I woke up this morning, and I need to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just 2-minute break. We'll continue with another story with another guy completely. Be right back. done. There you go. So, load game. We're gonna go here. And we're gonna choose Ted. Because this is the guy that we like second. Like, Darren was the lesser, because every character has their qualities and their flaws. Jeff is really nice to us. He's way too kind and he's smart and he's kind of by the book. But yeah, he's a narcissistic. He's a chemist who wants to create I'm trying to remember what it was. Like, he wants to create a drug that gives oxytocin on demand and make people fall over for them. Ted is the guy from Alabama. He's hardworking. He's supposed to be taller than that. He's not up to scale compared with the other characters. I don't know why he's like that. But yeah, he's supposed to be tallest. And he's hardworking. He's from Alabama. Is simple. He's always straight to the point, but he can be tactless. And he's quick to anger. And this is why he could be considered a red flag for some. And then we have Kurt, who's the stereotypical football prodigy, himbo, knows nothing but football, got into university with a sports scholarship, has to get an average of C's to keep playing or else he's not gonna get any money, and now he sucks at economics and we're tutoring his ass. So this is why, and he's always bragging, he's always tries to hit on us even though we're telling him to kindly fuck off. He sees us as a challenge, and I really don't want him to win. He's a nice guy. I mean, there's another layer of him that he keeps hidden, but I don't think I want to see him. Not kidding. Let's go with Ted. Guys keep hitting you on when he keeps you said no, it's no go. Yes, you see, like all four of them has red flag, but Darren was for me the lesser of four evils. The second less between the remaining three is Ted. So this is why I'm going next with Ted and then with Kirk, because at least he's not a sociopath. Like, Kurt is a jerk, but at least he's not an asshole. Ted would kill me if he saw me on my phone, but I'm bored. The convenience store hasn't had any customers in hours, and I've been standing at the register doing nothing the whole time. Being paid to stand around and do nothing is actually harder than it looks. I smirk to myself as I make my text post to Roller. I might as well entertain myself somehow, and options are limited with just my phone on me. I thank the higher beings for the Roller app. So I'm suspecting that Roller is actually Tumblr. Not Tumblr. Not Reddit. Like, it's basically a social media for blogs. Like, it's Instagram. No, MySpace. It's MySpace. So Roller is MySpace, but actually cool. With pictures and shit. I run my thumb down my phone screen, scrolling down my dashboard. Ugh, of course my dash is slow going now that I need something to entertain me. It's usually much more lively around this time. I'll admit it, I spend more time surfing Roller than working when I have shifts here at the convenience stores. Obviously my phone is stuck in my pocket when Ted's out and about, but when he sneaks to the back, when the Ted's away, Nicole will play. It's weird though, the convenience stores gets very few customers. Like, okay, there are enough, but way less than I was expecting. It isn't Ted's demeanor that scares them off either. He's usually all forced smiles and held back outbursts in that case. I wonder what's up. Like I said, location is fine, staff is fine, at least half is, ho 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 ho, and the stock is pretty great. Ew, bye! I mumble to myself as I quickly scroll past a stupid looking GIF on my dashboard. But I guess it's better to see that in pictures of more adult activities. Ugh, I don't need to see that, and if anyone saw that on my phone, ugh. Well, it's not like anyone but Ted is here anyway, at least that's the case until I hear the glass door slide open and an electronic chime ring through the store. I stand to attention and hastily drop my phone to my hip. Welcome! I usually do my best to welcome the customers as they come in. Personally, I like when employees do that. However, I realize my impression did jack squat when I recognized who it is. Oh, hi Jeff. Oh, is that the scene that we saw when when he was messing around with I think this is the scene. Oh, we're gonna play that for. I like that scene because we're gonna replay it. I don't mind replaying this part because this was quite funny. Jeff's an upperclassman I know through my biology class. We have a complicated relationship, and no, I don't mean like Spacebook. It's complicated. More like I think Jeff is super loopy, but circumstances prevent me from dropping him like it's hot. I mean, I guess it could be if you're not into that kind of thing. Jeff's eyebrows raise when he sees me. It's me at the register. And his usual placid expression slips off in place of a very devious grin. Well now, once again, the god must be smiling upon me. I wasn't expecting to see you here, assistant. I thought I entered cowboy territory. Yeah, he's here to tease Jeff. To tease Ted. Jeff is here to tease Ted. Because he likes that. He likes being up to no good. I laughed nervously, unsure what he meant by that. I work part-time here at the convenience stores, remember? But you're saying that you're here to see Ted, right? You can call it something like that. I'm actually here to give him something. Where is the Lone Ranger? Ah, in the back. I can call him for you. Oh, I can take care of that. Jeff places the flyer he has on the counter, then cups his hand around his mouth like the bell of a megaphone. I wonder what all these would look like dropped on the ground. There's a crash from the back, then the sound of a door sliding open. Then Ted's out in front like he was caught on fire. His eyes glow wild as he sees Jeff standing there in the store, and he points right at him. Don't you doggone dare, you dastard! Oh, alliteration! I'm impressed! Your speaking lessons really must be coming along. Jeff's exaggerated impression of an Alabama drawl only gets Ted angrier. And add to that the way he claps slowly like he's humoring a small child and Ted's about to burst. Who let you in here anyway? Myself? Why, I didn't think I wasn't allowed in here. Your father seems to like me. Pops likes everyone, that's how he is, but I am my pa, so if you don't want your ass kicked, get out before you make a mess. If there were a lot of people in my channel, if I could make a Discord, I would totally cast Shadow in the Darkness to play as Ted. You'll be a natural. You're kicking me out? And after I went through all the trouble of coming here to tell you something, how rude! I flinch as Jeff turned to me and motioned to the flyer he left on the counter. Assistant, could you hand that to Cowboy over there? Ah, why me? Nicole just handed it to me already. I pick up the flyer and turn it over as I walk to the other side of the counter. My eyes light up as I read what it says. Neat, there's going to be a block party happening soon. hand the flyer over to Ted, who managed to read the thing while keeping an eye on Jeff the entire time. Impressive. I've never been to a block party before. Are they fun? For the lesser-minded, I suppose. As the flyer says, there are booths set up free to anyone on the block. Hence the name. Even you could set up a booth if you wanted, Nicole. And you came all the way here just to give me this? Naturally, I missed you, Teddy boy. It feels like we haven't talked in so long. Don't call me that. Fine, cowboy, then. You can't say you haven't missed me. Ted scoffs and places the flower back on the counter. Miss you? Like the way you mosey on in here and make a mess any chance you get? Or ask for price checks on tons of items and never buy them? Of course I wouldn't miss you. Sometimes I wonder if I really do want to know the history between these two. Unfortunately, I'm way too scared to ask. I can only dart my eyes back and forth from Ted to Jeff and then the door just in case I need to make a quick escape. Jeff smiles coolly and makes a show of leaning back as if stricken with the vapors. That's so cruel. It's almost as though you don't like me at all. It's because I don't like you. Ted shouts and Jeff manages to let off a small fake cry of distress before running behind me. I gasp as he places his hand on my shoulder and pushes me forward. Assistant, can't you see how mean he is to me? Do you really want to work for someone like that? Hey, hands off her! She may be your fake assistant, but she's my real employee. Is this how it feels like to be fought over? I gotta say, I kinda like it. But these guys are going to kill each other if I don't do something. Now, boys, let's try to behave like adults, shall we? I look over my shoulder at Jeff hanging behind me, eyelids lowered. Especially you, Jeff. Oh, Nicole, not you too. I sighed a little as Jeff continues to play the victim. I know you don't mean that, Jeff. Seriously, you can't stop playing around now. I hear Jeff huff petulantly. Fine, spoil sport. Jeff straightens up and dusts off his shirt like he got dirty in the middle of this charade. But yes, the block party is happening soon and my boss is the head of the committee. He wanted to make sure all the businesses in the area knew, and considering your usual track record when it comes to these events... Jeff tips his head back smugly. I didn't think you'd know. Looks like I was right. That must be awfully embarrassing for you. Ted blushes as he points this out. It's only because I don't have time for silly things like this. I talked this over with Pops and he agrees. Only because he doesn't want to upset his little baby boy. Jeff ducks down behind me as Ted lunges for him with an arm. Assistant, make him sit. Maybe we shouldn't fight in the store, huh, guys? It's a pretty lame way to get them to settle down, but when faced with Ted's fist in my face, it was the only thing I had. When he sees that I show no signs of getting out of the way, Ted clicks his tongue and pops his neck from side to side. I ain't got time to waste beating scum like you. I got your message loud and clear. Block party soon, right? I'll be prepared when the time comes. Now go on and get, will you? I don't know why I expected Jeff to do anything but stay where he is and just smirk. He looks around slowly, weighing his options. Actually, now that I'm here, I might as well look around, right? Who knows, perhaps I'll end up buying something this time. As Jeff takes a step forward, Ted stops in front of him and stands his ground. I know what you're up to, and I'm telling you now that I ain't gonna work. Well, I don't think it'd be very fair to stop me. After all, I'm a good-natured paying customer. Who knows what could happen to your store's already terrible reputation if you kick me out for no good reason. Ted lowers his eyelid and takes a step closer to Jeff so they nearly eye to eye. Are you threatening me? It's a possibility. Unfazed, Jeff walks away towards the aisle, chuckling darkly to himself. I watch Ted shake in place as he tries to control his anger. And our store does not have a terrible reputation. Ted takes a deep, calming breath once he has the last word. I feel him wrap a hand around my forearm and drag me over to the far side of the store. Ow, ow, ow! What's your deal, Ted? I rip my arm up of his iron grip and shake it a little to loosen up my muscles. Sheesh! I thought he was gonna squeeze it off. I look at Ted, expecting a good answer. He paused for a moment as if trying to make one up. That dastard's up to something fishy. I can already smell it. You have to help me, Nicole. I can't let him win this time. Win? Why am I getting a weird feeling this is as serious as Ted's making it out to be? Does Jeff always do something like this? Ugh, you don't want to know. Whenever he's over here, he does anything he can to get my goat. Drops things on accident, open things and start eating them before he plays, or I'm getting heated just thinking about it. Ted's hands clenched into tight fists. Yep, this just sounds like some stupid rivalry between the two of them. Gosh, boys. What do you want me to do? I need you to tell him. You know all about his slime ball ways, so he won't be able to fool you. I take over the counter. You watch him to make sure he ain't up to no good. If you see something, start a hollering, and I'll catch him in the act. That all sounds like overkill to me, but when I get hit with a great idea. Oh, so is this like a good cop, bad cop? No, that's not necessary. But I want it to be bad cop. Bad cop sounds way more fun. Nicole. Then again, you're way better at being mean than I am, so... I'm not... Look, you can be whatever cop you want to be, just follow him. Who knows what he's getting up to right now? I can see Ted's getting frustrated, so I stand straight and give him a mock officer salute. Gotcha! Leave it to me! And make sure you're not too obvious like. With those parting whispers, I'm off to stalk Jeff through the aisle. It's not that hard since he's just standing in the corner looking at the different drinks sorted into fridges. I keep an eye behind him and act like I'm arranging merch. Totally not suspicious, I'm just doing my job. Man, please don't look over here, Jeff. What sucks is that he doesn't even have to. I know you're there, assistant. I freeze my hands around the package of individual cupcakes. Keep it cool, Nicole. Totally not suspicious, remember? Ted sent me to tidy up the aisle a bit. I laughed awkwardly as I hold up the package. See, all messy and stuff. I see. Jeff turns from the drinks and gestures for me to come closer with a curl of his finger. I don't really want to, but he's gonna catch on if I don't. I place the package back when I found it, then shuffle on over. What is it? Oh, I didn't want Ted to overhear us. I doubt he'd like to know what I'm onto his little scheme. My face falls and Jeff quickly does his best to reassure me. Very weird behavior, considering it's Jeff. Don't worry, assistant. Even without your awkward bumbling, it was obvious. I have to hand it to him. It took me longer than usual to realize. But that's not what I want to talk to you about. I only wanted to offer my cooperation. Jeff holds his hands out to the sides like he means no harm. I'm bored, assistant. Okay. And when I get bored, I like to remedy that any way I can. Right now, I just came up with a great idea to entertain myself. But you're going to put a stop to me, aren't you? If it's bad. Oh, to Ted, it'll be positively deplorable, which is what makes it all the more entertaining. Seeing his face contort so disgustingly into that expression of rage. Jeff cackles like an evil villain from an animated movie.
I'm getting shivers. Feel my arm. There are goosebumps, right?
I pulled my hand away from Jeff's goosebumpy arm. Ew, no, I'm not touching you.
Boo! I thought you were more fun than that. Not like the cowboy over there. I worry about him. You know? Don't you? He's always so stressed and uptight all the time. He needs some time to relax and let loose once in a while.
Jeff extends a hand toward me.
Which is why I need your help, assistant. I only do it because I care.
Jeff offers me a devilish smile. I hardly doubt that it's his real reason, but I'm really too nervous to voice that out loud. What do you need me to do?
Oh, assistant. My sweet, simple, stupid assistant. You haven't caught on? I'm extending the olive branch to you. I wish for you to work with me. I can have my fun. You'll look like you've done your job, and I can watch Cowboy finally unwind for a moment. Better yet, this'll all happen without the store worse for wear. For the most part.
The last part worries me, but weirdly enough, Jeff and I seems to agree that Ted needs to relax more. He's usually a little wind-up doll, rigid and tight. It'd be nice to see him finally at ease, or at least as close as possible.
Ah, I can see that you're agreeing with me. You are agreeing with me, right? I don't blame you. It's a wonderful idea.
Jeff shakes his extended hand to get my attention.
You know, I keep the promises I made. It'll work out fine for everyone. I would ask you to trust me, but I'm terribly untrustworthy. I doubt I trust myself right now.
Not the words I really want to hear. I don't know. Should I do it? Jeff has a few screw loose, but he does make a convincing argument. What kind of a sentence is that?
He has a few screw loose, but he makes a convincing argument.
Should I go with him?
And he did say that I wouldn't get in trouble if I went along with him.
Alright. This is where we save. And we're gonna save here. And we're gonna disagree. I keep my hands to myself and shake my head. I'm sorry, Jeff, but I don't know if I should do that. Jeff seems disappointed by my refusal.
Pity. Though there's something admirable about being careful, if foolish. It can't be helped.
Before I can stop him, Jeff heads to the nearest arrangement of snacks and starts switching their position by swift motion of his hands. Hey, what are you doing?
I never said I wouldn't do it if you disagreed. Really, assistant, you should have seen this coming.
Crap, he's right. Jeff would do something like this if I went against him, that jerk. He cranes his neck to shout over to the top of the racks, and I feel a pit of dread form my stomach. Please don't call Ted over here.
I'm up to no good over here!
Damn it, Ted sprints over and skids unsteadily into view, nearly falling onto his side. He looks completely alarmed. What the heck? His gaze switched to me. Nicole, what are you, asleep?
She was too busy talking to me to call you in time. It's too bad. Your little ploy might have worked out. Okay, there was no chance of it working out. I was already in the middle of convincing her to cooperate with me too.
Oh, so now he suddenly decides to be honest. I want to shrink in place when Ted casts me a furious look. What? Nicole? Sorry, it's not like I took him up on that. Yeah, a lot of good that does now. Jack continues to switch the product around, whistling weirdly in tune as he does so. No, you don't! Arms outstretched, Ted races for him, but Jeff ducks down, nearly breaking into splits to avoid him. He kicks off from his spot and races behind Ted to wreak his havoc on more aisles.
You'll have to catch me if you want to stop me!
Ted curses under his breath and takes off after him. Wow, he's way more fit than I thought. He's pretty fast. Nicole, we'll have to corner him. Take the other end of the aisle. Okay. I, on the other hand, am not athletic enough for this. Ted beats me to the other aisle, and I stagger onto the other side, trapping Jeff in the middle. continues to nonchalantly switch stuff around. Seeing me, Ted nods and goes after Jeff again, super fast. I stay where I am, knowing better than to get in the middle of them. I don't want to lose any body parts here. Ted drops low and swings his leg out to catch Jeff by the ankle. However, at the last second, Jeff jumps over in a weird feat of acrobatics. Do these guys practice or something? Ted tries to get to his feet, but Jeff scoots past him, waving a package of red and blue po-pos as he retreats. That must be ho-hos.
Say, how much for one of these, cowboy?
I ain't sending you dirt off the floor here. I'm tempted to try and break this up again, but when I notice the two of them are smiling, I want to roll my eyes. This is totally a big game to them, even if Jeff is the only one who realizes it. I guess through all their bickering, these two might like each other more than they think. But that doesn't really say a lot about considering how much they must hate each other. Ted's close to getting Jeff in his grip now. His hands are nearly an inch away.
Sorry.
And he makes one last desperate attempt to claw Jeff's sleeves. He comes up with nothing but air as Jeff spins and blades, brushing past him. You little... Jeff tosses the popo back at Ted, smacking him in the face. There's a sound of crinkling plastic as the package falls into Ted's dazed hands. I try my best to stifle my laughter at the sight. Even as far as I am, there's still a chance Ted might hear it.
I changed my mind. I'm never in the mood for sweets anymore.
Jeff turns and starts backpedaling on the stores, waving as he does now.
I better get back to work. See you later, assistant. See you, space cowboy.
By the time Ted reaches the sliding door, they already closed on Jeff's running back on the pharmacy. Ted looks about ready to crush those po-pos between his fingers. That slippery little bug! He's breathing so super hard he can barely talk. Hi, are you okay? I hurry to his side, but Ted holds up a hand out to prevent me from getting too close. I'm good, don't worry. Just a little exercise is all. Ted places his hand on the back of his hips and arcs his back, taking a deep breath. That was way more than a little exercise. Shut it! I said it's a little exercise, so it's a little exercise. Okay, fine. It's a little exercise. I got it. Jeez, oh my god. I look uneasy to the side, not sure what else I could say. So, Jeff's pretty crazy, huh? Don't ever mention his name again. It's banned from now on around these parts. Ted huffs and goes back to the aisle to assess the damage. Well, that topic change didn't work too well, but Ted isn't beside himself with anger anymore, so it's all good. At least that bastard didn't switch too many things around. We can get it back to normal easy. Can you help me? Sure, I'll start here at this aisle. Now I'll take this one then. The two of us proceed to get to work to undo the result of Jeff's little trick. It could be harder, I guess. At least Jeff didn't do anything too drastic. Okay, so there were no interactions, so I guess I picked wrong, so I have to load another answer. So are we gonna agree with him? I feel like I'm selling my soul away when I take Jeff's hand. His palm is strangely warm. To be honest, I was expecting him to be clammier. Fine. I'm in. Don't be too hard on poor Ted, okay? Okay, so this gives points for Jeff.
No, it's for the best. Now I'm sure he told you a way to signal him. I suggest doing that now.
Before I can ask why, Jeff heads to the nearest arrangement of snacks and starts switching the position of the merchandise with swift motions of his hands. Oh man, Ted's gonna hate that. I guess that's my cue though. Ted is doing something crazy over here. On cue, I hear loud footsteps as Ted sprints over, he skids into view, one leg stretched out to maintain his balance. Aha! Got you, Slime! Good work, Nicole. I knew I could count on you. He points triumphantly at Jeff as he catches him in the act. That's it. You're out of here.
Oh my, whatever should I do?
Jeff turns back to wink surreptitiously at me. I hope I can take that to mean he'll keep his word. Jeff continues to switch the product around, whistling weirdly in tune as he does so. Oh, no you don't! Okay, now that the rest is the same. We have to corner him, blah blah blah. Hey Nicole, when I hear Ted call me from the next aisle over, I stand on my tiptoes and try to peek over the rack. It doesn't look so well. Uh-huh, something up? There's a pause and I hear something like footsteps shuffling in place. I made a good choice counting on you. I just wanted to say that. Oh, so that gives point to both. I see. Accepting Jeff's proposal makes Ted like you more, but it makes him like as well. I see. Oh, now the pause makes sense. Someone was just gathering their nerve. Duh, is that a compliment? You did it without stuttering too. Don't make me take it back, alright? Get back to work. And he hears how close he was to stuttering again. Ted goes quiet and his voice is replaced with the sound of rustling cellophane. I giggle as I plant my feet flat and do as Ted says. He does seem more at ease when he was a little before. A little more relaxed in a way, like Jeff wanted. You need to take a drink. Alright. Been talking for a while and my bot keeps asking me to take a drink and I'm not listening to him. Okay. Speaking of him, I probably shouldn't let Ted know that we conspired together. Oops! He'd take back what he said and I worked hard for that. Oh well, what Ted doesn't know won't hurt him. Every time I enter our school athletic area, I feel like a fish out of water. I'm okay with being outside, but I'm not exactly what you would call the athletic type. I'm the type of girl who got all her physical education credits by easy elective courses. But hey, at least I learned how to swing a tennis racket. And I got close to winning a game one time. Anyway, I came here to talk around about Aaron's Verson. I figure asking people on the track team would give me the best feel for the type of person she was. Okay, so this is a cutscene that has to do with the mystery. We've seen that already. Interview with Kurt. Okay. Just another day working at the convenience store. There's been more customers than usual today, which is pretty nice. It's fun to work when it's lively, even if it gets stressful sometimes. There's a lull now, so I'm free to goof off on my phone. I'm pretty quick on the draw when it comes to putting it away. Even better is that Ted hasn't come in yet. He still has some class stuff to take care of, so he trusted me with the store all on my own. I think I'm making some serious progress here. He's got to think I'm at least a little dependable if he's leaving me by myself. Ted did say he'd be coming in around this time though. When I heard the door slide open, I quickly dropped my phone and... Oh, hello! Ted doesn't walk in, but I'm not complaining. It's an older gentleman. Let's just say that time has certainly been kind to him. He has a nice, wavy, dark brown hair with stubble growing around his jaw, along his jawline. His thin hazel eyes land on me, and I feel my heartbeat double right then and there. He's coming for the counter. He's gonna talk to me. I notice how tall he is now that he's closer, and I think that's a police officer's uniform that he's wearing. Why does that sound so familiar to me? So let me guess, this is actually Ted's dad. So this is the guy we saw that arrested Jeff in Darren's ending? And if I remember correctly, when we were kidnapped by the killer and when we were alone, he was the one to find us.
Excuse me, miss.
A sudden accent licks out of his lips like drops of honey, and I melt even further into his mystery man's hand.
Miss?
Oh no, keep it together, Nicole. You'll set him off otherwise. I slap her hand to my lips, oh so subtly, and begin giggling like an idiot. Oh my god. Welcome. Can I help you with something? The man grins congenially, flashing bright teeth.
You wouldn't happen to be the only one working today?
I work with someone else here, but it's only me at the moment. I guess you could call him my superior. He likes to remind me any chance he gets.
That certainly sounds like Ted, yeah.
How did you know his... Suddenly hits me. Older gentleman, hazel eyes, southern accent, police uniform. I know who this guy is, duh! The man smiles knowingly at me.
Figure it out, miss. It's me, McCree. High noon.
I don't know why I didn't realize it sooner. I waggle my eyebrows jokingly. You must be Ted's strapping older brother that I've been hearing about, huh? I make a rib-nudging motion with my elbow, and his older man laughs bashfully.
Shucks, you're pulling my leg. I can't look young enough to be Ted's brother.
Alright. You must be Ted's dad, right? Mr. Starr?
Yes'm, that'll be me. And you're the girl Ted recently hired, Nicole?
Guilty. It's nice to finally meet you.
Likewise.
Laughing, Ted's dad offers me a hand and we shake. He grips my hand so firmly that I can tell the guy is strong.
So,
he leans in and whispers conspiracially to me.
Do I really look that young? Come on, be honest.
Definitely, Mr. Starr. You look better than most guys my age. And that's the truth. Happily embarrassed, Ted's dad combs his bangs back with a hand.
You're really going to make me blush if you keep that up. Also, please, I insist you call me Ron. None of that Mr. Starr business. That's my father.
Oh, okay. I was only trying to be polite. I thought you might appreciate that since... Tad. I'd leave it at that, figuring Ron would understand what I was getting at. He nods sympathetically.
Ted can be a real stickler, and that's coming from his own father. He seems to like you, though, and I can see why. He's mentioned you're a real nice gal.
Ted talks about me?
Oh, you wouldn't believe how often you manage to come up. Anytime I bring up work, it's Nicole did this or Nicole did that.
I bet those are complaints.
Only about 3/4 of them are.
Knew it.
Hey, but the quarter left are a real nice compliment. For example, you told me about how you came up with a new way to display the snack cakes.
More popular ones on top, yuckier ones towards the bottom. I recite this proudly, making Ron laugh in amusement.
Yeah, so see? Ted really likes you.
Pops! Both Ron and I look to the door to see Ted standing there, holding his backpack by a strap. His face is completely red and his mouth's open so wide that it's like he's trying to do an impression of a Venus flytrap. I wave politely. Hiya, Ted. Welcome back. Howdy, son. Oh, don't give me that. Ted stomps angrily towards us. He squares his shoulder and taps his foot against the flooring like he's about to lecture small children. Yo, we're talking about me. Well, it was nothing bad. Ron was just explaining how much you talk about me. I do not talk about you. That much? Ron and I exchange a look. He must be as used to this as I am. What are you here, Paul? I thought you had an afternoon shift today. Technically still on it. I just wanted to talk to you about something though. I probably should call you first to see where you were. Yeah, you should've. Even to his own dad, Ted is all business, huh? His tone's at least a bit nicer when it usually is with me. Unfair. It's not fair! But what is it? You couldn't wait until we were both home? No, Ron uneasily glances at me. Oh, I get the hint. I can step outside if it's a personal thing. No, don't go, Nicole. It actually concerns you as well. It does? Mm-hmm. Since it's about the convenience store. What were you working here at all? I reckon you should stay and listen. Hops, what are you talking about? What happened with the store? Ron rubs his tongue against the inside of his cheek as he tries to think of a way to word whatever it is. The store ain't doing so well, Ted. You know we haven't exactly been booming with customers. Yeah, I always thought that was pretty weird, but I guess people would rather buy food from a grocery store if they're not pressed for time. It's not like we don't get any customers at all. I mean, we get enough. Not anymore. Lately, we haven't been making enough of a profit to keep the store open. And if this keeps up... Ron uneasily scratches the back of his head as he trails off. I'm pretty sure Ted and I both get what he's trying to say. You can't seriously be thinking of closing down the shop, can you? Ted, listen, bud. I know you hate the idea, but it might be for the better if... No! Ted shouts like a sudden bullet through the store window. I freeze, Ron freezes, but Ted shows no sign of stopping his tirade. You're not selling this place! I don't care what we have to do, but I'll make sure you won't have to do that! He readjusts his backpack strap, hanging on his shoulder. I reckon I should put my stuff down and get changed for work now. Excuse me. I flinch as I hear the door to the back room slam shut. Tar and feathers. I didn't think the boy would take it that badly, though I must have been fooling myself. I don't blame him. If my store was sucking, I would want to do whatever I could to save it too. Well, it's a touch more complicated than simple devotion. It is? Shoot. Maybe I opened my gabber too wide just now. I don't know what Ted has told you, but... I think he would prefer if you ask him yourself. But I'm betting dollars to donuts that he hasn't spoken much about his mother. You mean your wife? Former wife. She passed away a few years ago. But I'm speaking too much. You better ask Ted for the details before offering me your sympathies. Ron gives me an easygoing smile as he urges me to the back room with sweeps in his hands. Okay, I get the hint. It's nice to see that Ron's at peace with his wife's death, but it's still kind of hard to believe. What would that have to do with his store anyway? When I reach the back room, I'm predictably locked. I swallow, gathering my nerves, and knock twice. Changing! Well, hurry up! I want to talk to you! There's hushed swearing on the other side of the door, and after a few moments, Ted swings it open. Before he has a chance to complain, I place a hand on his chest and push him back the way he came. Dad looks alarmed as I lock the door behind me. What are you? Why do you lock the door? To make sure no one disturbs us. Disturbs us? Dad's face goes red as he holds his hand in front of him, ready to fend me back. What are you thinking? My pops is right outside. Yeah, he told me to come in here. He did? Well, technically, we could have gone anywhere, but it's not like we could do this out in the open, you know. What are you even thinking of doing? I wanted to talk to you. Talk? Dad's eyes go wide as he freezes like he just realized something. Talk. Yeah, talk. Yeah, that's what I thought. I squint my eyes at Dad as he looks away to regain his composure. I probably don't want to know what he thought I was suggesting. I would. Yeah, it would be weird if you just suddenly, what was it that you wanted to talk about? My shift started 10 minutes ago. I can't be any later. Jeez, you really don't give anyone a break. But, I thought coming out and asking about his mom would be the best idea right now. I gotta be smart about this. Ask about the store or ask about his father? We're gonna save. And we're gonna ask about the store. You must really care about this place. Oh, wait. There's a backup? I didn't know you could go back. You must really care about this place, huh? Ted turns on me and I jolt as though shocked by his stare. Of course I am. You'd think I'd work so hard at this job if I didn't care? I thought I was obvious. Well, yeah, I mean, I knew that. Then why ask a stupid question? I couldn't think of anything else to ask. Well, that didn't work. Ted only got mad at me, which made me mad too. I don't know why I even try. But I tried to talk to him when he gets like this. We both stand in silence, the awkwardness really palpable. Eventually, I hear Ted cough. Sorry, I'm upset. Yeah, no kidding. Should it? When I heard that my pa was thinking of selling the place, I just lost it. It's like he's ready to give up without a fight. That's not like him at all. He's been through so much, though I guess you wouldn't know. Dad finally looks at me after all this time. You want the abridged version of the story? I nod my head, prompting Dad to start. I'm going to guess this will be about your dad. It ain't long, don't worry. It starts with my first year of high school. My mama was still alive back then, and she and my pa were pretty happy as far as I could tell. We were still in Alabama, in the small town. Pops was on the force, but my mama, she owned a small sundry store. Nothing fancy, but she really loved the place, she did. I remember her saying that store gave her life, a little lie. She put her all into it. Into running it too. The nostalgic look on Ted's face fades away as he sighs heavily. But it turns out my mama has some kind of cancer in her cervix. She never realized until the bleeding started. I can't remember the specific, but the tumors were bad ones. Even when they removed her cervix, the doctors still weren't so sure if that was enough. Obviously, it wasn't. Oh my gosh, Ted, I'm so sorry. Why apologize? Not like you were the one who gave her cancer, Nicole. Pfft. I do remember that when she was getting treatment of it, she was just too sick to move. I tried to stand in for my mama at her store, but I was only a dumb kid back then. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. Pops was better at it. When he was off his shift, he would step in to try and have the store running. But it got hard for him, I could tell. He always looked so tired. Eventually, when my mama passed, we were forced to sell the store. My pa said when my mama died, she took a store spirit with her. When I think of it like that, it's kind of nice. She loved that place, so it's good she took it with her to heaven. Better than that than stuck with us, chump. Hey, don't say that. But is the reason you moved here to Florida because of your mom's passing? Oh, no. It's not like my pa and I couldn't stand to stay in Alabama because of bad memories. You got a job offer here, and it paid more than this position in our small town. Single father with a son about to head to college. I know what I would have done given the circumstances. I'm sure my pa misses Alabama sometimes. I know I do. It was for the best that we came out here. Sounds like it. I know Ted would probably disapprove, but I feel so bad for him. Having my parent die from cancer is something I can't even imagine. Ted and his dad seem okay now, but back then, I wonder how they held up. I never told you it was my idea to buy this place, huh? No, you didn't. I always thought it was your dad's. Nope, all me. My pa didn't think it would be such a good idea, but I talked him into it somehow. I guess running the store is my dumb way of trying to make up for being useless to my parents back when they needed me the most. I'm different now. I'm capable. I'm a hard worker. I got this. I know I'll figure something out. I ain't gonna let this store go like I did my mom's. I owe it to her and my pa. I actually let out a small laugh, catching Ted's attention. What are you laughing now? I laugh even harder at the sound of his exasperation. I don't laugh at him that much, don't I? It's just, I never thought you'd be so cool, Ted. Whatever inserter Ted was expecting was obviously not that. He shoves his hands in the pockets of his jumpsuit and looks away from my face. Stop. I know you're only making fun of me. I mean it. At first I thought you just had something up your butt, but you're really working hard for your dad's sakes. That's totally cool. What a sweetheart. I never had something up my butt, okay? But thanks for saying that. Even I tend to wonder if I'm doing the right thing or not. Anyway, we've been in here way too long. Work. Shift's not over for a few more hours. Don't think I forgot. I took a Ted's amusingly as I unlocked the door. Even after spilling his gut out to me for the first time, he still managed to maintain that killer work ethic. I shouldn't have expected any less, really. Now that I know what I know, it's admirable, in a way. When Ted and I leave the back room, Ron is taking over the register, and there's a few customers shopping around the convenience store. Ted doesn't look so pleased about it, though. Oh, hell. What's the matter? You should be ecstatic. Customers! In any other case, I would be, but you notice something funny about them all? I look at the patron, searching for this something funny. I think I'm missing it. I guess they're all girls? Oh, they all look like they're in high school. They don't seem to really be looking for anything. Well, they are looking at something. OMG, are they checking out your dad? Shut up, they might overhear you. Ted, this drags me over to the side so we're hidden behind one of the shelves. Every time my pa helps out, girls from the local high school come over to gawk at him like he's some sort of zoo animal. Gross. He is kind of sort of really attractive. Once again, gross. Just being honest. It's my pa that's just... What if you found out that there were people checking out your pa, huh? All the more power to him. He could use a date. Ted looks at me confused. My parents are divorced. Oh, wait. My parents are divorced. He's not cheating, don't worry. I didn't know. Don't you apologize now. What was it you said? Something like, it's not your fault that they're divorced. This just makes us even. You told me about your parents' situation, so now I told you about mine. Dad still doesn't look like he found that fair trade for my sake, but he doesn't say anything. Fine, you got me there. His attention turns back into his dad's biggest fans, and he looks over the shelves like a general surveying the battlefield. I think they saw me out there, so probably won't be long until they leave. Do Do you have sort of scary reputation among them?
Something like that.
Ted sounds almost proud. But he's right. When the girls notice that Ted is present in the store, they grow anxious and pluck things off the racks as their excuse for loitering. Unaware of all this attention, Ron proceeds to check them out one by one, and they're all eventually hurrying out of the store, whispering excitingly to themselves. Looks like it's all clear. Ted and I approach the front desk to see Ron counting out the money just received.
Oh, there you two are. I was wondering. I hope you don't mind terribly that I took over for a moment, Ted. A few customers came in and I didn't want to bother you.
It's fine, Pops. An awkward moment ensues as Ted does that thing where he hesitates to say something nice. I'm sorry for losing my cool before. I didn't mean to raise my voice.
No, it's fine, son. I now know how important this store is to you. And whatever important to you is important to me.
Duh. Both Ron and Ted looks at me like I just ruined the moment. Oops, did I say that out loud? Sorry, it's real cute how close you two are.
Well, he's my son, I'm guessing. You two talk, though?
She talks about Ma. She knows about Ma, yeah. I make sure to add my condolences in quickly. I'm sorry I had to go through that, even if I don't have any reason to apologize.
That's mighty kind of you, Nicole. I appreciate it, but it's been years. I've done all the grieving I can.
We have a bigger problem to focus on now, and that's funding the store. We need to figure out a way to earn more money. We do that, and we won't have to sell the store, right?
That should be the case. The only question is how. Anyone got any bright ideas?
Ron looks over at both of us. I'm a little surprised that he decided to include me in this. But a way for the store to earn more money? I think I can come up with something. Why don't we advertise? Why don't we fundraise? Well, before that, I'm gonna reload. Because I think the answer is ask about his father. You really let your dad have it out here. I don't think he was trying to be mean or anything. Ted avoids my eyes and begins to mutter nervously.
I didn't mean to. I lost myself for a moment out there, but when he started talking about selling the store, it sounded to me like he was giving up, and I don't want my pops to do that. I love him way too much.
Well, I never doubted you did. You're going into criminal justice to follow in his footsteps. That's some admiration.
He's the strongest man I know. He's been through so much and come out of it still standing. To do what he does would be an honor.
I see my chances as Ted grows silent. If I'm ever gonna ask about his mom, it'll have to be now. I think I might know what your dad's been through, kind of. When you left, it was just the two of us. He mentioned that your mom passed away a few years ago.
There you go.
And the rest is all history, I guess. Ted chuckles ruefully.
I should have known he would. He always talk about it to people he likes.
I'll try to give you the abridged version. I sit on one of the folding chairs lying around and eagerly gesture for Ted to start. I'm listening.
It ain't long, don't worry. Start with my first year of high school.
Okay, so now I can skip all this. We know all of this, and now we're back to the other choice, and we're gonna save. And we're gonna advertise or fundraise. Advertise kind of costs money, and it's not even sure it's gonna pay off. But a fundraiser costs nothing, and if it's for a good cause, I'm gonna try fundraise. Takes a few moments of racking my brain before I get an idea. Why don't we have a fundraiser? I hope you're not saying we have some sort of bake sale. Well, it would help. Just think of it like this. We'd be raising money at the same time we'd be spreading word of the store. Would that really work? Ted takes a moment to think about it, and then when I see him smile ever so slightly, I know that I've got it. Oh yes, that was the way to go. Already at 85, great. I think you could, but how would we fundraise? You haven't come up with a way, Nicole. No, but I'm thinking. There has to be some way to earn lots of money while spreading the word about the convenience store. I think back on my past trying to remember ways that really caught my attention. There's a bake sale like Ted made fun of, but I doubt we'd be able to bake well enough to make money. We don't have enough people for a car wash either. Man, this is hard. If there was something happening around town like a block party or something. Ted, I think I got it. Do you remember when Jeff came in and gave us that flyer? Jeff came over here to give you something? Oh, that's awfully nice of that boy to go out of his way like that. Pa, don't start. That name is banned. However, even with the mention of the taboo name, Ted's eyes light up as he realizes the same thing I have. Nicole, you're talking about the block party, ain't you? Oh, I heard some guys talking about that back at the station. It's supposed to be a real lively kind of shindig. Are you two thinking we can fundraise there? I remember, he who must not be named, saying that anyone could run a booth. It's even more legit since we're a business on the block. We still need to figure out what to do with that booth, though. Don't forget about that. But this is a good start. We just have to ask the boss of the pharmacy for permission to run the booth. Leave that to me. Your kids don't worry about that now. Pops, please, don't you have to get back to work? Ron only grins as he heads out the sliding door. Before he leaves, he quips jokingly. I should say the same to you, slackers. Ron whistles victoriously in response to Ted's flabbergasted face, and the sliding door closed shut as he head over to the pharmacy. Burn! Ted groans and pitches the bridge of his nose. That man. He only does it because he cares, but isn't that great? Fundraising at the block party would be a hit for sure. Yeah, it's a good idea. But don't get carried away. We have to work now, remember? Then we can focus all on that fundraising hullabaloo. Ted gestured for me to take my place at the register, but I can tell from his movement in his eyes, I lied, that he's just as excited as I am as the prospect. Sure, we still have tons to figure out, but we'll get it done. If I learned anything from Ted today, is that hard work is bound to pay off. Alicia Enrich sounds like a girl I could relate to. From what I heard, she sounds smart, ambitious, and I think she was even on track to graduate with honors. Okay, so this is a chapter that revolves around the mystery we read about her. And we asked Jeff about her. Okay, so now we're a new scene with Ted. Ted is being way too anxious about this. Then again, what else is new? I place my hand on my hips as he pretends to fumble with his key for the third time. Are you going to let me in or not? Rick, why? I'm trying to remember if I left anything out. I'm not going to be judging your place. What's there to be worried about? It's just the principle of the matter. We're standing in Ted's apartment complex, right outside the door to his apartment. It looks like a respectable place. Everything's nicely built, and it's super clean. Much fancier than I'm used to back home. Okay, I think I should be fine. You can come in now. Whoa. This is a nice living room. It's all brown. There's a brick wall where stands a large TV with some speakers. And then there's some bookshelves underneath where the speaker sits. And we see some books. And then we have an L-shaped couch with some cushions. There's a coffee table with 4 apples on it. And it's sitting on top of a fur rug that goes all across the sofa. In the back, we can see a potted tree with some rocks in it. And some frames hanging on the wall. Various art. It's different shades of brown. The sofa is gray-brown. The bricks are reddish-brown. The curtains are chocolate brown. The carpet is beige. The walls are beige. It's like off-white. And the wall in the back where there's the art is like the color of milk coffee. Ted turns the knob of the door and lets me in before closing the door behind him. He was totally worrying over nothing because the inside of his apartment is way more than fine. It's like immaculate. The floors are dark brown wood paneling and the walls are nice cream color finish. The decoration is nice and modern too. Cool painting, Zen potted plant. Maybe I should ask to come over more often. Well, it's not like we're here just to hang out. We're in the living room. I'm going to the kitchen. You want anything to drink? No, I'm good. I hear you. Don't make a mess in there. Hey, I'm not a kid. Ted waves me off before heading into what I guess is his kitchen. I head the other way towards what I can see of a sofa. Whoa, now this is a living room. There's a white square rug in the middle of the room, on top of which there's a sleek coffee table holding a small plate of fruit. Are those wax? I should ask Ted when he comes back. I take a sit on the sofa, place my bag next to me, and gape in awe at the television. It is massive. It's one of those cool models that are built into the wall too. I spot the remote placed on the sofa. Tempting. I don't think Ted would want me touching anything without his permission though. He might think I would break it or something. I turn in place so I'm kneeling on the sofa and I stare out the window instead. You can see the whole street from here. I place my hand on the sofa's back and lean forward until my forehead is pressed up against the glass. What are you up to now? My forehead squeaks against the window as I turn my head and I see Ted standing here. He squints at me, eyebrows furrowed. Not a kid, huh? I was only looking outside. You have a nice view from here. It's okay, I guess. Ted sits on the couch, perpendicular to me. I lean forward and brace my forearms on my knees. So what's the plan, boss? We're here to brainstorm for the block party, right? It was Ted's idea. He explained that thoroughly planning something out would be easier if we dedicated a set time to doing so. Well, it wasn't as much an explanation as it was a lecture. Anyway, I'm surprised that he actually invited me over. When I suggested we find some place to meet, I'd even have to beg him to take me here. I already have an idea. Got my thinking cap on early. Ted taps his head a few times to emphasize his point. Ooh, let me hear it. The most efficient way to go would be to use the store's excess stock. I was thinking we could be a sort of a snack bar thing and sell out snacks during the block party. Is that it? Yeah, it is. And it's boring. Ted flinches as I give off a loud, exaggerated snore. Besides, people are going to be at a block party there. There's going to be tons of delicious and weird food, deep fried anything on a stick. That sounds very disgusting. But they're going to be having it. Why would you want a normal pinky when you can have a pinky deep fried and on a stick? See what I'm saying? You lost me the moment you start talking about deep fried snack cakes. Shut up! I lean back on the sofa and sigh. I'm saying this booth is gonna need more pizzazz. It's gonna draw people in. A snack bar is good if we're at a sports game, but I think it's a no-go for now. Ted leans back and starts massaging his eyelids. Do you have any bright ideas then? No, but I like the food idea. Like, what if we serve something at the block party? Something tasty. Do you think that could work? I look over at Ted and he's still massaging his eyes. Actually, the motion he's making are really slow and tired. I think he's about to fall asleep. Ted? He jolts in place like he's been hit with a splash of cold water. I'm up. Were you falling asleep? No, I was resting my eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean. I'm focused. So he says. But as I look closer at his face, it's obvious he's lying. He looks worn out. There are shadows under the hollows of his eyes. I bet he'll get snippy if I point this out. I'll let it slide for now. Well, I was saying that we should run with the food idea and serve something at the block party that isn't from the convenience store. I don't know what though. I can't cook anything special. I bet if we figure something out, it'll be a big hit. Everyone loves to eat. That they do. Ted hums quietly and strokes his thumb against his chin. He stops. I might have something in mind. Tentatively, he glances away, second-guessing his idea. No, it's stupid. Come on, we don't know if it's stupid until we hear it. Besides, I come up with stupid things all the time. True. Ouch, could have at least humored me. Well, my pa taught me how to make these barbecue sandwiches. Ted mimes holding one in his hands. The meat's really juicy, lots of flavor, and there's also this fantastic sauce that goes with it. Dynamite taste. Are you suggesting we should make those to Sal? Well, yeah, I mean, you know, if we can't think of anything else. Ted fidgeted in his seat. Seriously, the way he explained it sounded really good. I'm going to get hungry if he keeps it up. Oh, I like it. Leave it to a Texan to bring up a barbecue. I ain't from Texas. I'm from Alabama. I know. I'm only messing. Ted blushes angrily at me and throws a black and white striped pillow. Will you please focus? Okay, don't throw anything else. I hold the pillow out as a shield before I hug it back to my lap. So if we do this barbecue sandwich thing, we need a whole lot of meat. It'll have to be pork too, which means it's gonna be expensive. Shoot, we need a pretty penny to buy enough to keep a boot running. Where do you actually buy your meat? I can't resist my next joke. The convenience store? Ha ha, no. A guy who works with my pa is related to the local butcher. We get our cuts from there. I think it's where most of the police fellas get their meat. Oh really? The whole police force, huh? I think I'm getting an idea. Does your dad have a lot of influence at the station? I never asked, but I think he's well respected. He's a good man. Why wouldn't he be? Man, relax. I wasn't suggesting anything bad. I was thinking that, you know, if his co-workers really like him, that they might lend their services for a few hours or so. How do you suggest we convince a bunch of cops to work at a booth for the shop? What would he get out of it? A cut of the profits, and a really good dinner if you're telling the truth. Ted slumps back on the sofa and furrows his brow, thinking. It'll be easy to make up for the cut. Oh, hello, Mizuki. Arts, how you doing? Let's give a little shout out for Mizuki. Are you? You asked. Oh, you two were playing Pokemon Legend Arceus. How you doing? So, did you make any progress? It's like an open world, right? Yeah. Thank you for the shout. No problem, no problem. I'm playing a visual novel. It's a dating sim, and there's a mystery in the back of it. We've been targeted by somebody who used to abduct high school girls, but only like for 3 days, and then they come back and they don't remember a thing. And at the same time, we have to manage school and romance at the same time. And now we're dating a guy named Ted. He's from Alabama. And right now he's running a convenience store. And the convenience store isn't doing good. So we have the idea of doing a fundraiser. And now we're brainstorming as what to do. And we're about to make barbecue sandwiches. I think it's going to be pulled pork. Pulled pork sandwiches. Yes. Oh, you made a lot of progress. Oh, there was an evolution animation. Oh, I missed that. I think I have to. Next time I'll come and see you. Maybe I'll check another. There's gonna be maybe more Pokemon on your team that's gonna evolve. So who evolved? Was it Starly? Was it your main? Wait, what did you pick for your main? Was it Cyndaquil or Oshawott or Owlite? I'm doing good. Oshawott, of course. Water. And he's cute too. So was he the one who evolved, or was it one of your party? Because Starly are quite quick to evolve too. Starly, Eevee, Shink. All 4 of them! Oh my god! Oh, way to go, girl! Nice. So I can't wait for you to get more Pokemon and make them evolve. Alright, so right now I'm doing voices, and this is like a little romance. We're at his apartment. Looks nice. And yeah, since he's from Alabama, it's gonna make me practice my Midwest... It's not Midwest Alabama, my southern accent. It'll be easy to make up for the cut if we have an efficient work system going on. I could get my paw to make the sandwich stew. Begrudgingly, Ted starts smiling. That can only mean one thing. You like my idea. Yeah, she's from California, but they're both studying in Florida. And besides, I'm not good with a Florida accent, so shut up! The smile slips off as subtly as it came, and Ted sits up to rub his eyes again. I think this could work. It's gonna require coordination with the local police, but this is a heck of a start. So does this mean we're going to go with my idea? I smile smugly at Ted, having him, of all people, to approve of an idea that I didn't come up with for the second time in a row. Dang, I must be good. Yeah, eat it up. It's the best bet for a successful stall. So I figure, why not do it, okay? I whoop, tossing the pillow into the air so I can catch it in my arms as it falls. Don't forget that I came up with the barbecue idea. Haha, so what? Does that make this project our baby? Ted's eyes go wide and his face flushes deep red. It's a joint project. Don't call it something stupid like a baby. I laugh and throw the pillow back at Ted, hitting him in the shoulder. Whatever, you spoiled sport. It's so easy to get under your skin. No, it ain't. Yes, it is. It so is. You're proving my point right now. I just stare at the way he looks ready to yell, and he forces a breath, making his body go slack and relax for once. I get a little intense, it's all. Sue me. I think it's a little cute. I stand up from the sofa, sticking out my tongue. Was that a joke? Was I serious? I have to go to the bathroom, so you'll never know. Er, um, um. Ted shakes his head hastily, though it doesn't do much to get rid of the blush on his cheeks. He's just down to the hall. Door's open, so you'll be able to figure it out. His tone of voice is nearly desperate. It looks like someone really wants me gone right now. Not that I disagree after I realize what I just said to him. I cast Ted a hasty appreciative nod before following his direction and hurrying down into his nicely decorated bathroom. I guess literally everything in this house has that modern edge. But that's not important now. I called Ted cute. Ugh, I did. But it was just a joke, I think. I mean, I couldn't have possibly meant it. Could I have? Like, Ted is nice, but I never thought of him in that way. He's my boss. But he's cool. Ted has everything together. He's dependable, smart, and when he does show that side of him, he can be pretty darn nice when it counts. Alright, so saying he's cute isn't that much of a stretch, but I'm sure I mean it platonically. That's what I'm sticking by, at least. After I finish doing my thing, I dry my hands off from the sink and then head back to the living room where I left Ed. Hey, did I tell you that your place is awesome? Because it's totally awesome. Everything looks really... My sentence stops cold as I see Ted in the living room. Is he asleep? Well, either that or dead. And that would seriously ruin my day. Ted's on the sofa, lying on his side, eyes closed and breathing softly. He's hugging the pillow to his chest like it's a teddy bear. And, okay, that is mega adorable. I can't help myself. Sneakily, I take out my phone and snap a quick picture of this. Oh, naughty girl. Let me take a sip. Speaking for so long, I need a lot of water. Oh, I can only imagine how Ted will react. Seriously though, if he was tired enough to fall asleep when I left for a few minutes, he should have just postponed this meeting of the minds until later. Then again, maybe Ted is always this tired? I wouldn't be surprised. I doubt he knows his own limits. Scratch that. I doubt he keeps to his limits. I sigh as I pocket my phone. Well, what do I do now? I can always wake him up, but I would feel bad. Ted obviously needs to sleep. I will let the poor guy get some rest. In the meantime, I can get a snack. Hey, we did just go over talking about delicious barbecue sandwiches. A girl gets hungry. I'll just eat a granola bar or something like that. I don't think Ted will mind. However, when I'm in the kitchen, I realize something. There's an open porn on the aisle next to the... No, it's not a porn magazine. I'm actually more thirsty than I am hungry. Oops, I should have taken up Ted on his offer for a drink earlier. That makes it easier. Water should be enough to quench my thirst, and it's not like the stars will miss a measly cup of water from their fridge's dispenser. But if I'm getting myself something, isn't it only polite to get Ted something too? Not that I can ask him if he wants anything right now. What to do? I look around the kitchen like the answer lies somewhere in here, and I spot a kettle sitting on one of the stove's burner. The gears in my head start turning. Maybe Ted would like a nice warm drink instead. Half an hour later, I'm leaving Ted's kitchen with 2 steaming mugs in my hand. When I get to the living room, I see Ted stirring a bit in his sleep. I place one of the mugs on the coffee table in front of him. I take mine with me and take a sip as I lower myself onto the couch. Delicious. Not bad, Nicole. I guess I should try to wake up Ted now, huh? I take another sip before doing so. Psst! Ted, Ted's ears twitch, and his stirring increases. He rolls over so the pillow rests on his stomach, and his hands are folded on top of it. This is such a tempting photo op. It's too bad he looks nearly awake, or I would chance another pic. With his eyes still closed, I hear Ted speak. How long? Like 40 minutes. Dang! With a prolonged groan, Ted hauls himself up so he's sitting upright. Pillow tucked under an arm. He noticed the steaming mug sitting on the coffee table and raises an eyebrow. What's this? Sorry, I got thirsty, so I made a drink. I thought you might like one too. Did you make a mess? I clean up after myself, okay? Then I guess I don't mind much, but... Ted leans forward to look into the mug's contents. What did you make? Shit, what did I make? Say! Mizuki, if you're still around, you can choose what I make. Did I make hot chocolate? Did I make coffee? Or did I make tea? I have no idea what he likes. I mean, coffee would have been good because, he's sleeping, but I'm not even sure he likes coffee. Tea is pretty inoffensive. Like, I don't think there's people who doesn't like tea to a point that, although I'm not drinking tea, it's basically, what did they say in that meme? Leaf soup. Tea is basically tea leaf soup. But hot chocolate, I put lots of marshmallow in my hot chocolate. All right, let's go with coffee then. Don't be scared of it. It's coffee. It wasn't hard figuring out how to work your machine. Plus, I remembered. Ted leans forward to pick the mug up with both of his hands. Remember what? That coffee is your favorite hot drink of all time. Might be your favorite cold one too. Ted snorts into his coffee before he takes a sip. His eyes close as he relishes in the bitter taste. No cream or sugar, just how I like it. Oh, that was a great answer! Yes! I'm so close, I'm so close. If we hit 100, we get the ending with him. I had a nice feeling that was how you took it. Thanks, Nicole, I really needed that. Ted smiles sincerely at me, no stammering or blushing involved. I wonder if I'm in some surreal alter universe. It would make sense. No problem, Ted. You must be seriously tired if you're passing out on the couch like that. Ted waves his hand like he's swatting a fly buzzing near his face. Don't go and dramatize it like that, just napping was all. I have to stay up late to finish all my work. I'm working so much during the day that I don't have time to do any studying. It's pretty bad. You're telling me you can't keep messing with your sleep cycle like that? Why are you assigning yourself so many hours anyway? Because I said I'd do anything to help the store. If it means working longer for more business, I'll do it. But that's... Irritation bubbled inside of me, hot and uncomfortable. That's really stupid! I regret blurting those words as soon as I do. My eyes widen in fear and Ted lowers his mug near his lap so he can stare directly at me. What did you say? No, he's not going to intimidate me now. I know I'm right. It's stupid! You take all on this work like you don't have anyone to rely on. But hello? I gestured to myself with both hands. I can work more too. I want to save the convenience store just as much as you do. And what about your dad? You ever seem to give him a chance to do anything for you? Dan stands to his feet so fast I'm surprised he didn't spill his drink. That's only because I don't want to be a burden to him. Of course I can rely on Pops, he's the best. Just don't want to drag him down like I did in the past. I doubt you ever dragged him down, and I doubt he would ever not want to help you. He's your dad. That's his job. I don't know, okay? I don't want to bother him, but you're right. I know you are. He lets out a long breath and runs both of his hands up through his hair. Talking about this is pretty stressful, yeah, but I think it'd be better if we talked about something else for now. And luckily, I have the perfect thing for the job. I won't force you to do anything and you don't want to, but just think about it, okay? I place my mug down, then start to smirk as I pull my cell phone out and maneuver to a certain picture. But first, can you tell me what you think of this? I was thinking about posting it on my blog. You mean that roller thing that you waste time on? Ted places his mug next to mine and leans forward to get a better look. I give him a few seconds to let it sink before yanking my phone back. He lunges for it, narrowly missing. When did you... His face goes angry shade of red and his arms shake as he brings his hands up as if he's unsure what to do with them. Besides, ring them around my neck. Still, so worth it. I wag my phone in front of him before pulling it back towards me at the last second. What do you think? It's perfect for my blog, right? Nicole, you better delete that picture before I get my hands on you, or so help me, all. I don't stick around long enough to listen to him finish. I take off for some other part of Ted's apartment laughing. I hear Ted's running after me soon after. I'm gonna get you, and when I do, you're in for it. I briefly look over my shoulder and stick my tongue out at him. Nah, guess you have to catch me, Dad. I know it'll only be a matter of time until Ted gains the upper hand, but hey, whatever it takes for him to loosen up. But if I'm not heard from ever again, at least people will know what happened to me. This is not good. This is not a nice joke to say, especially when you've been threatened as to be the next missing person. It's like, okay, if I'm missing, if nobody ever heard of me again, you know that the culprit was actually Ted, but it's not Ted. That is the boy. If it's anything like what happened with the first ending with Darren, Ted will be the one to save us. Like, we're trapped in a room, and he would be the one to get us out of that room. And we're gonna confront the culprit together, 2 against 1. Okay, now I'm stuck. I like the music. When we go to the disco club, this thing always plays. But now we're like listening to the music in my dorm, not paying attention to my phone buzzing in. Probably get a phone call from my dad or something like that. Yes, this is the phone call with the dad. Yeah. I hum cheerfully to myself as I pass by the movie theater. There are so many people here. Did the new movie just get released? Oh, Brick and Buster just came out. I'd love to go see that sometime. Too bad right now I'm still on the clock. I sigh wearily and weigh the coffee holder in my right hand. There's drinks for Ted and me in there. I think mine is probably melting, but I would feel bad if I just waltzed into the shop slurping coffee right in Ted's face. It's better to wait. The shop's only a few blocks away. No problem, I can get there soon. Maybe I'll invite Chandra to watch a movie with me later. When I get to the shop, there's no one but Ted in there. Hey, I got that. I freeze when I see he's on the phone. Ted looks angrily over at me and silently places a finger to his lips. Huh? What's that? Oh, yeah. Let me get a notepad real fast. Just a sec. Ted balances his phone on his shoulder as he rummages around the front counter for something to write on. I smile and place his coffee in front of him, then heads to the aisle to give him some time. It's funny, Ted would have never allowed someone to talk on their phone while on shift. Now, with the block party drawing closer and our barbecue idea in tow, he's been glued to that thing. I hope he remembers what we talked about the other day. That thing about how he should let other people help him. Lately, he hasn't told me to really do anything besides my job. I'm getting worried he's gonna end up worse than just falling asleep on the couch. As I tidy up a few things, I finally hear Ted say goodbye to whoever's on the other line. That's my cue. Is it now safe to approach him? Haha. I lean my head out to the side and talk to him from the aisle. Who was that? Ted's still scribbling things down as he talks to me. Local bakery, just tidying up the order for all that sandwich bread. At this rate, all I have to hear from is the butcher, and we should be good for the big block party. Ted grins at me, excited, and I have to pinch myself because I've never seen him legit excited about anything before. So, you talk to your dad's friends on the force? Got the schedules and everything. Even if we don't get too many volunteers, the extra manpower will come in really handy. I raised an eyebrow at Ted. And you could ask your dad to do that for you? Hey, for your information, fine miss, I did ask my pa to help me with this. Oh, whoops, I guess I should have assumed he was still on one-man control freak parade. I got him to ask them to call me. Maybe I spoke too soon. Ugh, Ted, you know that's not what I meant. Ted slapped his pen down on the counter indignantly. What? It's an important job. Not like I could have done it myself. I know hide nor hair of the fellas. That is the lamest excuse ever, and you know it. Shut up. I'll let him help when it gets down to it, I promise. I'm skeptical, but I let it drop. He can be so stubborn sometimes. He's lucky that I'm only arguing for his dad's sakes and not for my own, too. I want to help out some more. That phone goes off again, and both of us look at where we left it on the counter. Who the hell is it this time? Brow furrowed, Ted lifts his phone to check the caller ID. Oh, it's Pops. I get closer as Ted props the phone to his ear. Howdy? Yes, sir. She's here at the moment. Why? Ted shoots me a glance. They're talking about me? I lean in a little closer to try overhear the conversation. You want me to what? Well, okay. Ted pulls the phone away and presses the button to place it on the speaker. His dad's voice comes out loud and clear. Can she hear me now? She can. Hi, Mr. Starr. Nicole, what did I tell you about that Mr. Starr business? The Swan, remember? You're the one who can speak the fine English. I expected better. I laugh. It's just a reflex to call your friend's parents by their surname. Sorry, sir. I'll do it next time. Nah, sir, just make me feel a little some old gent. Anyway, I got a surprise for you, too. Surprise? Pops. Ooh, what kind of surprise? Make sure to keep excited for the two of us as Ron continues with his explanation. Now, I know you two been working real hard lately, and I just want to let you know about how I much appreciate you giving your all for the shop. So I figured, why, a night on the town wouldn't hurt, assuming the two of you are free to celebrate tonight. I've caught up with my stuff, but Pops, a night out? Seriously? Do we have time for that? It's a celebration, of course we have time for it. A celebration of what exactly? Of being such hard workers? I can tell Rod is wearing such a cheesy face, fake grin right now just by listening to his voice. I bet this is his way of making Ted take a break from all the work he's been doing. Takes a few expectant looks from yours truly before he finally gives in. What are we doing? I silently pump a fist as Ron lets out a small whoop over the phone.
I thought it'd be nice to go and check out the new disco club in town.
Ah, I've heard of that place. It's supposed to be super cool in there. This will be my first time checking it out if we went. A disco club? You can just hear the distaste on Ted's lips.
Ah, come on, son. It won't hurt you to try it out. Besides, you love Dan.
Pops! Ted hastily covers up his phone with his hand. Alright, I go too. Just stop talking. Okay, that was weird. Ted is a dancer. Ted is a dancer. Do I want to know? No, just never happened. Don't ask. Oh yeah, probably won't. Ron goes over the details of what time we should go and where the place is. Once we have that all sorted out, we bid him goodbye and Ted hangs out his phone. I swear, of all his crazy ideas, this one has got to take the cake. Lighten up, Ted. It wouldn't hurt to get your hootenanny on. Ted stares at me. Never say that again. Fine, lamer. But can I go now? I hold my hands together pleadingly. My shift's almost over, right? And I need the extra time if I want to get ready for the disco club later. Extra time? What for? Showering, doing my hair, makeup, choosing what to wear. You know, girl stuff. Sounds like a whole lot of effort for no good reason. Let me smack him in the face. Let me at him. Fuck. Ugh, you'll never get it. Can I just go, please, please? It takes a few more seconds of begging before Ted finally gives in to me. Again, I might add. Fine, skedaddle. You remember what my pa said. We'll be waiting for you at the disco club. Okay, but what if I get there before you guys do? Dad scoffs. That ain't gonna happen. Dad waves as I head back to my dorm to change. I wasn't lying when I said I would need the extra time. Looking attractive is a lot of work for a girl. Alright, still with the underwear shot. I was not prepared for this. Though in some ways, Dad is right. What's the point of dolling myself off like this? It's not like I'm actually going on a date or anything. Unless you counted this as a date with both Ted and his dad. Huh, that's kind of funny. I've been saying that Ron's pretty handsome for his age. Okay, so this is what we're wearing. Okay, that's nice. Is this cow skin? Seriously though, I guess I wanted the extra time to get ready because I kind of want to get ready for Ted. Like, I want to wow him, make his jaw drop when he sees me. This might mean something, huh? Yeah, it might mean that I like him if I'm going through all this trouble to impress him. I think about it and I already called him cute, so I must think he's attractive. His personality, on the other hand, has as much appeal as the smell of wet dog. But dogs are cute, right? When did I develop this weird crush on him? I wasn't like this when I went over to this house. Maybe that's when it finally started then. I don't want to think about this anymore. So I don't. Okay, that's a total lie. Even as I get ready, Ted's still on my mind. I wonder what he's gonna wear to the disco club. Would it be something nice too? Am I going to look overdressed? God forbid me to wear his work uniform there because I can so see him doing that. He would claim it's the most efficient thing to do. Jeez, what a cutie. I'm still giggling at the thought as I head into town. It's getting dark outside. The street lights flicker on, and I look up at them overhead. They're almost like spotlights. Obviously, they're trying to display my awesomely attractive self passing by. I decided to go with a yellow sleeveless dress tonight. Cinch a belt around my midsection, throw a funky pattern vest, and ta-da! I'm ready to get my disco on. I secretly hope that Ted likes it, but shh, not telling him that. I see the neon light on the disco club shining nearby, and I hurry just in case Ted and Ron are waiting for me. I'm half right, only Ted's there, and he's looking. Whoa! White blazer, gray slacks, a striped button-up with the first few buttons undone? Either this was a lucky break or Ted is way better at dressing himself than I first thought. It didn't help that most memories I have are of him in that work uniform. Ew. He has hand in his pocket and seems to be searching for something as he stands under the lights of the club. Wonder what that is. I have to get his attention. Hi, Ted, am I late? Ted turns in the direction of my voice and falters. Nicole? He coughs onto his hand, quickly stabling his voice. No, you're not late. Right on time, actually. You look stunning tonight. Oh, what's this? Finally a compliment on my looks? I laugh before he has a chance to tell me to shut up. Kidding. Thanks, Dad. You look pretty spiffy yourself. Why dress up? Well, it's a disco club. I thought I should dress nicely. No real reason. What about you? Don't act like I'm the only one with the best... The only one with the best duds on. What'd you dress up, huh? Easy. I wanted to impress you. Ted flinches back, completely caught off guard. You're just messing around with me. I know you. Maybe I am, maybe not. I flounce playfully towards the club line. We're going in or not? Oh wait, where's your dad? He said something's come up and he can't make it. Call me right at the last second too. He knows how much I hate that. Ted crosses his arm, annoyed. He also sounds kind of suspicious. I don't blame him. Invite us for a night out when somebody suddenly become unaware to show. I'm gonna restart that sentence. Invite us for a night out, then somehow suddenly become unable to show up. I think I'm on to you, Mr. Star. Not that I'm complaining. Well, maybe he'll join us when he's done. In the meantime, I gesture once more at the disco club, waiting for Ted to get the hint. He rolls his eyes but starts forward. Fine, let's go. Alright. Stepping into disco club feels like stepping into another world. The multicolored lighting here makes it seem like everything's covered in a powdered lace. And there are lights in the shapes of flowers. With circles dancing around spotlights on the floor. Spot people dancing on the dance floor, away from the lit up bar and snazzy red couches and seats. This whole place just screams 80s. I love it. Wow, it's so cool in here. This place hurts my eyes. Ted holds a hand up to shield his face as I nudge him with my shoulder. Hey, don't be such a stickler. We're supposed to have fun, remember? That's the whole reason your dad invited us out. Well, Ma, Paul ain't here now, is he? Look, I grabbed us a seat. You want to order us some drink? You would trust me with your drink. What's the worst you can do? Poison it? I could spit in it. Dad makes a face like he can't think of anything worse. Oh, don't be second guess myself. Just get some drinks. Dad stalks off without another word, and I'm left standing alone in the middle of the club. Wow. Rude. Just for that, I should get him water. I never realized how unlikable Ted makes himself sometimes. Like, if he wasn't so serious and uptight all the time, he'd be way better. But he's always so grumpy and pushy, not attractive at all. Maybe I'm just seeing things that aren't there in him. I groan at this thought as I reach the bar and take a seat. Am I really imagining everything? It's probably better not to try anything if I'm this unsure. My, you seem so sad. I jerk upright in my seat and look across the counter. That's the waitress? Is that a working uniform? She's wearing a bikini top on top of a very small unbuttoned shirt. And she's wearing shorts. She's red hair, long red hair and red eyes. I mean... what kind of a dance club is this? What? Miranda, you work here? It's unmistakably her. I recognize that spaced out look anywhere. You can see Miranda's a friend. We went into each other at school one time, but I haven't been able to get rid of her ever since. She's the type of person you'd say it's a little mad, but she means well. She's pretty sharp too when she's paying attention. Nicole, you look surprised. Well, yeah. I mean, I never really picture you working in a place like this. Oh, yes, I agree. Most definitely. But the owner said... what did he say? Miranda squeezed her eyes shut real tight as she tries to remember. That was it. He said that I look great in the outfit, so he decided to hire me. It's wonderful. I can always feel a breeze when I wear it. My God. She's barely wearing anything. Black pants, a red bikini top, and a purple sheer blouse over that. I'm jealous of her body, I admit it. Right, anyway. Do I really look that sad? A little, just a smidge. Would you like something to drink? Yummy drinks might help make you feel less sad. Hey, maybe. Can I have a menu? Without another word, Miranda passes me a drink menu. They have a bunch of fancy sodas here, smoothies too. There's even an alcoholic menu, but that's obviously off limits. I can only imagine what Ted would say if I managed to convince Miranda to serve me a drink like that. You made a strange noise again. I did? Sorry, it's just... Did you see that guy I came here with? The one with the funny expression? I hold back a giggle. That's Ted, alright? See, I kinda like him a lot, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I like him at all. He can just get on my nerves sometimes. Like, I think he's really cool, I look up to him, and he's watched out for me for a long time now. But at the same time, he can be such a sourpuss. That's a funny word, but Miranda tips her chin downwards and hums thoughtfully. I don't think it's possible to split his personality in two, so you might just have to take him as is. Oh, but on the bright side, you should be able to figure out if you like him or not that way. I guess so. And think about it more, it's a super basic lesson, but it makes sense. If I think about all of Ted's bossy, grumpy ways and still feel all gushy for him, that must mean I really like him, huh? Yeah, that's it. You're right, Miranda. I'll have to figure it out that way. If I really don't like him, these feelings will go away anyway. Why fret about it? I slammed the menu in front of Miranda, reinvigorated. I'm back, baby! 2 fissures, please. I add Miranda a $10 bill for my purse, and after she gives me my change and an order number stand, I start to look for Ted. Order number? At the disco club? How does that work?
Now serving number 17.
It doesn't take long. I should have known he'd pick a booth way in the corner, away from all the noise and lights. I'm back! I place our number on the very edge of the table and take a seat opposite to Ted. Okay. He put the number on the table, so now the waitress... Okay, this goes to number 17, so he goes to the booth, the table with the number 17 on it, and gives him there. I see. Okay. Like it's a disco club, but usually disco clubs don't have booths or a place to sit. This one does, but the dance floor doesn't seem that big at all. You look like you're having fun all by yourself. I feel a headache coming on. Ted reaches over to tap our number stand against the table. So what did you get? How much do I owe you? I got a fissure for both of us, and don't worry about it, it's on me. Nicole. Ted, please, it's totally fine. What's a soda between friends? Ted grumbles and sits back in his seat. I don't like owing people things. You don't owe me anything. Stop making a funny face and loosen up. This place is supposed to be fun. My face isn't funny. Not usually. It's only when you get into one of your moods. I don't have moods. Ted sulks, getting into one of his inexistent moods. Laughing, I notice a server coming over with the 2 soda that I ordered, and he places them on our table before taking a number away. From that point on, Ted and I continue making a small talk, but nothing too personal. It's like we're at work, which totally sucks because with just the 2 of us here in the club like this, it kind of feels like it is a date. Do I want it to be a date? Maybe a little. You really guzzled that down. My eyes widen and I look down at my cup. Whoa, where did all my soda go? Don't tell me I was spacing out again. Oops, I didn't notice, but hi, that's not something you say to a girl like that. What did I say? I only pointed out. Ted arcs a brow quizzically. He sips demurely from his drink as if I'd be offended otherwise. Honest, I should be used to it by now. I sigh and place a cheek on my hand, looking out at the dance floor. Everyone looks like they're having a lot of fun out here. I want to have fun too. Ted, let's dance. Ted nearly spits out his soda. He wipes his mouth with a napkin and shakes his head. Go by yourself, I ain't going. Seriously? You really are bad at this old girl thing. What kind of southern gentleman leaves a lady to dance all on her own? Ted gestures at himself and leans back in the seat. This guy. Ted, please. It'll be lame if I go out on my own. Give me one good reason that I should. I want to show you my moves. I'll be lonely out there. I only want to dance with you. Oh, I don't know what to answer. Okay, what should I answer? He doesn't seem to give a fuck if I say that I'll be lonely. I want to show you my move. I don't think he's gonna be interested. But since he's a good dancer, we might trigger something like, what, you call that dancing? Let me show you how it's done. I don't think he's gonna say that. I'm gonna be honest. I only want to dance with you. I guess honestly is the best policy right now. Because you're the only guy I want to dance with in this club. I say it as sincerely as possible so Ted doesn't think I'm messing around with him like usual. In surprise, his eyes round, then he suddenly averts them by glancing at the dance floor. If you say things like that, I got my... Oh, it worked! We're going a long way. One more. He shakes his head. A few silent seconds pass before Ted speaks up again. Fine, I'll go dancing with you. Only because you asked so nicely. He slides out of his seat and gets to my side before I have the chance to stand. I stare at him as he extends a hand. I'm escorting you to the dance floor, okay? Like a proper southern gent would. Now you can complain about me not treating you proper. Ted looks away, hiding his shyness with a shaky veneer as I decide whether to take it or not. Like I'm not going to? I slide my hand into his and smile, meeting his eyes as he glances at me. Firmly, he wraps his fingers around mine and leads me away. We find an upper space on the dance floor, and I start to work my body into the rhythm of the dance music they have playing in there. Ted, on the other hand, kind of just stands there, awkwardly shuffling from one foot to the next. I tried to yell at him over the sound of music. Dancing is not that hard, really. I know that, it's just, ugh. Ted mumbles something that I can barely hear. What did you say? Dula. I catch sounds this time, but it's still no dice. Ted, I really can't hear you. You have to speak out there. Don't laugh at me. Ted roars this so loudly that I feel like the force knocked me back a few steps. Completely flustered and probably embarrassed, Ted closed his eyes and began snapping his finger just like I had. He eased his body into the rhythm and... oh wow. He's good. No. That is actually great. His body is moving to the music so fluidly, no awkward bumbles or missteps. You can dance? I never said I couldn't. Then what was all with that hesitancy? I worked in my groove alongside Ted, grinning as he seems to finally get into it. He's pulling all these moves to see those pros do it on TV. I'm really impressed. Where did you learn to do all this? Dance lesson when I was younger. Ted suddenly reaches for me and pulls me close, locking me in frame with one hand out and the other near my hip. His finger curls around mine comfortably. Mostly ballroom though, but it just ain't something I usually brag about. I suddenly gasp as he dips me without any warning. I look up to see him grinning smugly at me, knowing full well that he surpassed my expectation. You could have warned me you were going to do that. Shucks, that would be no fun at all. Del pulls me back, bringing me back into the frame. I feel my face grow a little hot as he stares right into my face so close to his. Try to keep up, you're gonna look stupid otherwise. Ted takes the lead and guides my body into following his steps. He goes slow at first, like he's trying to teach me, and even though we're in the middle of a bunch of people, it feels like it's just us. Wow, that's super cheesy, but there's no denying my feelings now. Once Ted sees I've got the basics down, he's twisting and turning me around through the music, laughing as he sees me catching on. I like that. The way my heart pounds when he hold hands, or the feeling I get when I see him genuinely smiles, only proves it. The night continues on like that. Of course, Ted and I take breaks to drink and rest before hitting the floor again, but it's so much fun that I barely notice how tired I am until we're both leaving the club. My feet are going to be so sore tomorrow. I groan and kick up an ankle and try to rub my foot through my shoe. I just had to wear heels tonight. I just had to wear heels, huh? I didn't push you too hard, did I? Are you kidding? Not at all. I had an amazing time. You should have told me you could dance. I don't tell anyone. It's just... embarrassing? Shut up. I don't like people gawking at me like some monkey on a leash. Well, you shouldn't worry. You would only impress them. I think I even learned a thing or two from dancing with you. Ted pushes his hair back out of his face and smiles. I'm a pretty swell teacher, so I wouldn't be surprised. A beat passes. Did you? Was that a joke? I point at Ted. You just made a joke. You rarely do that. Don't make such a big deal over something like that. I can make jokes too. Ted crosses his arm, the smile falling off his face like a badly hung painting. Anyway, it's getting late. We both should head home. Lame, but you're so right. I can't mess up my sleep schedule too much or Mondays is going to be such hell. But I guess that means I'm off then. Wait, Nicole. I stop mid-step and turn to look back at Ted expectantly. He looks like he has something to say, but as usual, it takes a while to say it. You mind if I walk you home? To make sure you're safe, I mean. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Uh-huh, I'm sure that's all, Ted. Geez, you're a sweetheart, but that's going to put you out of your way, huh? Thanks, but no thanks, Ted. I'm a big girl. I can walk home on my own. I noticed that slight glimpse of disappointment that runs over Ted's face. Man, I can't leave him like this now. I feel awful. I don't say anything as I lean over. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna take another sip of water. I don't say anything as I lean over and coyly kiss him on the cheek. The look on his face, he looks like he just got hit by a bolt of lightning. That's for the thought and the dance lesson. I wave at Ted as I hurry down the sidewalk. Good night, Ted. I'll see you later. Distantly, Ted waves back at me with a single hand. I can see the other reach up to slowly graze over his cheek, and if I'm not imagining it, Ted grins as his finger runs across his skin. I'm going to take that as a good sign. I know I was all gung ho about this before, but I might be letting all this abduction business finally get to me. Believe me, it's hard to admit, but I'm like an addict who needs a fix. Lately, all I can think about is finding out more. It's almost like I need to investigate or I'll go crazy. School is becoming a second priority. That's no way to go now that we're getting close to the end of the year. I have finals coming up. Yet it doesn't seem like I'm getting much studying done here in the library. Drum my fingers and knit my brow, ignoring my open laptop for the meantime. What else do these girls have in common? I think I read this part, but she's still in her dance uniform. She's not at school. Does this happen during the same night? She went straight to the library instead of going home? Yeah, oh my god. She went into the abandoned warehouse with her good dress on. What's wrong with her? Okay. It's funny what liking your boss can do to help your motivation to work. Like, it's weird, I never hated coming to the convenience stores, but I never really enjoyed it either. Now I find myself arriving early. Much to the surprise of Ted, though I doubt he's going to complain anytime soon. I mean, he hasn't yelled at me for kissing him on the cheek the other night, so I figure that's gonna mean something. Then again, it's not like he acknowledged it ever happened either. Our relationship is the same, except Ted is nicer. Yes, imagine that. Ted barely corrects me now. I like to think it's because I make less mistakes. But seriously, let's be real. He's totally just letting them slide. I sigh as I glance at Ted at the register. It's his turn to do it today, which leaves me to clean up the stores and do all the boring things he usually does better. Whatever, as long as there's nothing to do, that doesn't stop me from logging onto Roller. I look down at my phone and refresh my dashboard before my eyes flicker back up to look at Ted again. He's just finishing up with a customer, and he smiles as she leaves the store with her purchase in hand. Idly, he looks over to me and he flinches as he sees my eyes are already on him. What are you staring at? Oh, nothing. That there sure sounds like something. It's nothing, Ted. I see Ted smirks and shake his head before I look back down at my phone. Ooh, the blouse that girl's wearing is cute. Hey, get off your phone when you're working. You know the rules. I know, but there's nothing left for me to do. Everything is in place. I'm gonna lose track of my dash if I don't keep up with it. Are you talking about that waste of time side again? For the last time, Roller isn't a waste of time. It's fun, okay? Not that you would know that much. You know much about fun. Not that we were saying that's not what you were saying the other night at the disco club. I snap up from my phone, taken completely off guard. Ted's wearing this smug grin, and his hand mimes a gun pointed right at me. Gotcha! That's not fair! You can't start saying stuff like that! I gesture at him with my phone still in my hand. That's completely out of character! And when did you suddenly become an expert on everything I do? When you start acting like such a weirdo? Just put your phone away, I ain't repeating myself. No phones when you're... Dead stopper as a familiar sounding ringtone plays in the store. I bring my phone up to eye level, it's not mine. Embarrassed, Ted grumbles and digs down into his jumpsuit pocket. Shut up! I zip my lips as Ted answers the phone and plays it to his ear. He mustn't recognize the number because he sounds unsure. Hello? Oh yeah, this is him. Hi. Yeah? Wait, what? Ted pitch takes a fall as his eye starts flickering from side to side. What do you mean that's the day my order will come in? I ordered for the meat to come way earlier than that. Yeah, that means it's a mistake. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good at all. Ted's grabbing at his hair with a hand. Then he tucks his phone between his ears and shoulder as he begins rifling underneath the counter. I have the receipt here somewhere. I'll show you that I gave you the right date. Papers are sent flying behind Ted as he desperately searches for the mentioned receipt. I approach the counter worriedly. Ted, do you need me to... Ted holds a finger to his lips and shushes me loudly. Finally, he pulls a yellow-colored receipt page out and slams it into the counter. I have it right here. The date I specified was... No. Ted nearly drops the phone pressed to his ears as he looks at his receipt. I glance from the other side of the counter that even reading upside down I can tell it's not so right. Even worse is that it's definitely Ted's handwriting. I thought Ted presses a hand to his eyes and takes a deep breath. I'm sorry, I must have messed up. But I need to meet sooner than that. Is there any possible... You sure? Really, there's nothing else you can do. But Look, I need that meat for a boot I'm hosting at the block party, so can't you get it from some other place? However, no matter how many alternatives Ted comes up with, or how many ideas he begs for the person on the other line to try, it all ends with the same response. Eventually, Ted tiredly ends the call. Was that the butcher? I figure it's best to lay out the obvious before delving even deeper. We don't have any meat for a barbecue anymore. Ted forms a fist and slams the flat of it against the counter, hard. His fists tremble against the surface from the force of just through Ted himself, I'm not sure. I screwed up! I don't know how the hell I did it, but I wrote in the wrong date. The butcher can't get our order prepped in time. There's nothing you can really do about that, huh? I scratch my head thoughtfully. This is bad. Our whole boot idea revolves around that meat. Without it, we don't have anything. Okay, so this looks totally awful. But we'll just have to come up with something else. Don't bother. I freeze as I hear this word. Did Ted really just say that? Ted, of all people? He looks so defeated right now. His shoulders are hunched over, and he won't even look at me. Quietly, he slips from behind the counter and heads towards the back room. Ted, where are you going? It doesn't matter. I need to be alone right now. Don't bother me. The door on the back room slams hard after him. This is getting worse by the second, and I'm worried about Ted in his state. I'm sure I wouldn't be the only one. Figuring I have nothing left to lose, I take out my cell phone and go through my phone book for Ron's number. I tap it once, I found it, then carefully cradle my phone close to my ear, moving far from the back room so there's no chance of Ted overhearing me. I never thought I would have to call Ron for something like this. Hello? Hey, Mr. Starr. Shoot, Ron. I meant Ron. I do my best to force some cheeriness into my voice. I don't want him to think something's wrong, even though something is wrong. Sorry to bother you while you're working, but there's some kind of a big problem down here at the store. Our start explaining the predicament in a hushed voice, wincing a little as I go over the part where Ted messed up the order for meat. Ron doesn't act outraged or anything like that. He stays pretty calm for the most part. I had a nagging feeling that something like this would happen. How's Ted taking it? I glance over at the back room door. Not very well. He shut himself in the back room. I don't think he wants to talk about it. It'd be better not to disturb him. The poor boy's probably blaming himself silly over this right now. I don't get how it happened though. Ted normally doesn't make mistakes like that. I think I might have an idea. You ever notice how he starts nodding off in the middle of the day? Yeah, I remember something like that happening. Oh, are you saying that he might have been tired when he was placing the order? If I know my son, and I've known him for a pretty dang long time, then that must have been what happened. He would never let something like that slip otherwise. So it was because he was overworking himself that Ted messed up. I feel really bad for him. He was really depending on this barbecue booth to save the shop, and now that's all been dashed. Nicole, remind if I get a little close and personal with you? I hesitate to answer. I'm not sure how personal I want to get with Mr. Starr, even if he is moderately attractive for his age. Okay. Do you blame Ted for this? I freeze with the phone held to my ear. That's a pretty heavy question, isn't it? I mean, like, I don't like it, but I don't think Ron's gonna let me sidestep it so easily. I do blame him or I don't blame him. I'm gonna save. I don't blame him. I know that he's the one who filed the form out, but I don't blame him for anything. People mess up, it happens. It sucks that it happened now, but pointing finger won't fix anything. Huh, that's our Nicole. Always such a sweetheart. I'm really lucky Ted found a nice guy like you. Yeah, we got 100. I blush and giggle in a embarrassedly girly way. Ugh, no, it's serious time now. Pfft. Ron, you're flattering me way too much, but yeah, he totes he's ugly. Oh ho, I would ask what you mean, but I know better than to pry into the lives of the youth. Thank you, Nicole. I honestly am glad you don't blame my son. He's probably blamed himself enough for the two of us. There's a silent, thoughtful pause before I hear Ron take a tired break. Nicole, can I trust you with a huge secret? A deep, dark secret? Only the deepest and the darkest. Ron chuckles a little. You think I'm just saying that, but I haven't even told this to Ted. Whoa, so this is a deep, dark secret. I look around furtively to make sure that no one can overhear us. A second later, I remember that I'm the only one in the store. Ugh, stupid. What is it? I despise that convenience store with every hair on my body. I gasp. Literally gasp. Like the kind you hear in soap operas after someone makes a shocking reveal. You do? Huh. That must come like something of a shock, huh? Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't hate it for no good reason. I hate it because it's Ted's prison. Ted's prison? For a sec, imagine if that store didn't exist. Ted wouldn't be so overworked, he would have more time to do the things he wants, and not the things he thinks I want him to do. All the father wants is for his child to be happy, and right now, Ted ain't happy. He's stuck to that store because he thinks he'll make me proud of him for picking up after his mother, rest her soul. Well, are you proud of him? Nicole, you ain't even gotta ask. I'll always be proud of Ted. I raised him after all. I just wish I could tell him that myself.
and say how much I want to get rid of that blasted store.
Oh, Ron, it's fine. Ted just have the kind of personality where it's scary to tell him things. But yeah, you need to get a backbone.
Youch, Nicole, you don't hold back.
Despite what he said, Ron's voice has a lighter tone than before. I guess letting all of that off his chest made him feel better. So the fact that we can't fundraise anymore is a good thing?
For me, yes. Oh, yes. Now I can finally sell the place, and Ted can live a normal life.
But you don't think you'll just find something else to do in this place? I don't think you're solving the problem this way. I don't know how to solve it either, though.
Well, this ain't something we should discuss so openly over the phone, and I'm getting funny looks from the guy, so I better skedaddle.
Oh, okay. I probably shouldn't bother Ted right now, huh?
He probably said to leave him for a while, right? Best do as he asks.
I really don't want to, but I don't want to make Ted feel worse either. I bid Ron farewell over the phone, hang up, and go to the back room to tell the same to Ted. Ted! I knock on the door firmly. I think I'm going to head out. Is that okay?
Do what you want.
I'm going to take that as a yes. I need my cardigan though. I left it in the back. The door suddenly opens a crack and my block cardigan flies out through it onto the floor. I snatch it off the floor with my lowered eyelids. Thanks, Ted. See you later. And now we instantly change. I'm sure my voice is rich with sarcasm before I leave the convenience store. That was probably not the best way to say goodbye, but I thought Dad would feel any better if I acted nice. He'd probably think I was coddling him. I rub my head as I make my way back to the dorm. I don't know what to do. First I was trying to figure out my feelings for Ted, and now I have to figure out this. A girl can only do so much. Whatever the case though, I know I'm going to have a look out for Ted as best as I can. I like him, so hopefully maybe I can help him through this. I want to at least do what I can. Alright, normal ending unlock. It's a really loud night tonight. People are crowding the streets, wandering from attraction to attraction. The buildings are lit up with paper lanterns of different colors. Balloons are tied to lampposts, and there are streamers, flyers, you name it. This block party is really kicking. And the best part is all the food. There are so many food vendors that they had to put up a map of them all. Only got a stick of cotton candy though. I have to try and watch my figure at least a little. Unfortunately, I can't even to enjoy it all. It only reminds me what we should have been hosting a booth too. And that just reminds me of how bummed Ted must be right now. Honestly, I'm not too upset about the store. It's just Ted I'm worried about. Since we couldn't host a fundraiser, and the store is basically doomed to fall into debt, Ron decided that selling it would be better. Though really, I know the real reason he's so eager to sell it, get rid of the store that he gets his son back. It's been a while since that day, and Ted seems resigned to the idea of selling the shop. I had hoped that Mr. Starr talked to him after all this time, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't. Or as the Star would say, I bet my biscuits he hasn't. I bet my biscuits he hasn't. How can I tell? The fact that Ted didn't accept my invitation to even go to his block party, thanks to him, I'm all by myself. But I know he's super crushed, so it's okay. I was hoping to use this party as a way to cheer him up, but well, so much for that. Ted told me to stop coming to work a few days ago, so I have no idea what's going on with him. I'm pretty sure the shop's going to be sold soon. So he must be taking care of that, I guess. This is a party. I'm supposed to be happy, so cheer up, me. I have to take my mind off Ted somehow. I see a street musician rocking out an acoustic guitar nearby. Looks like I found a way to do it.
There's already a small crowd around the guy, a couple of teenagers, parents holding the hands of children with painted faces. Looks like he's getting done with the song just as I join in, and the small crowd erupts in applause. Even though I just got there, I clap too. What? It's rude not to. The guitarist raised a hand to quiet down the audience, then immediately starts into his next song. It's a lively one, which gets some of the parents going on with a few amazed oohs. It sounds strangely familiar. Is it modern? Yeah, this has to be a modern song because I am so sure I heard it recently. I catch myself nodding to the beat and tapping my foot when it hits me, like my muscle memory has just activated. This was a song that Ted and I danced to at that disco club. It all comes swarming back. The way he gripped my hands as he held me in the frame, the sound of his voice as he whispered direction in my ear. I sigh a little, shivering. My body warms like he's standing right next to me, and I reflexively turn. But duh, he's not going to be there. Fine, I get it. I don't care if he's sad or whatever. I'm going to find him tonight, and I'm going to cheer him up, damn it. The guitarist is doing a really good job, but I turn on my heels to head out. I should have been watching where I was going, though, because I run smack dab into someone else. Oh, sorry. I steady myself on my feet and see, to my horror, that some of my cotton candy has gotten stuck to this guy, dark blue police uniform. Police uniform? How'd you know I was thinking of getting something sweet? Playfully, Ron pinches some of the stuff of his shirt and dabs it in his mouth. I always found it funny how it just goes and dissolves in your mouth like that. Like you're already eating cotton, but I'm rambling, ain't I? Thank goodness I ran into you, Nicole. You seen Ted anywhere? No, I tried inviting him out tonight, but he shut me down. I was about to call him to find out where he was, but I'm guessing if you don't know, he's not about to tell me. I tried calling and calling the damn cell phone of his, but it's off. I came home to an empty house tonight. I'm worried. I don't know what's going through that boy's mind. I figured that he came to the block party, but what if he ain't even here? Well, there's only one way to find out. We have to look for him. I pounded my fist into my palm and grinned determined. What do you say, Ron? Search party? What a heck knock. This block party ain't too big. The two of us can cover it. Ron makes some hand signal I recognize from cop shows as the sign to split up. Take that way and I'll take this way. Once you reach the end, call the other if you don't find him. Understand? I nod and do my best impression of a policeman's salute. Roger! Oh, but Nicole. Ron pulls a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and hands it to me. If you do find Ted, can you give this to him? I was planning on finally sitting him down tonight, so I wrote my thoughts out to know what to say. I look at the piece of paper nervously. Can I read it? Oh, you've heard all about it. I told you over the phone, remember? About how much I hated that dang store? That's all it is. But what about if you find him? You won't need it? Ron grins and taps the side of his head knowingly. I got it all stored up here in my trusting old noggin. Don't you worry. I'll remember what to say when it comes down to it. Let's get going. Ted's a grown boy, but I'm still his paw. Knowing he's out there by himself makes me antsy. It's the same for me, so I pocket the paper and head out to go look for Ted. I don't have much luck at the start. I ask around at booths and people walking by, but no one claims to have seen someone like Ted around. It makes me feel even more worried. Yeah, it's Ted, so it's like, what's the worst he can do? But you never know. I'm sure he'd find something drastic. I end up searching for a good half hour and eventually find my way near the tip of the park. It's mostly deserted here for obvious reason. Why go here when there's a party happening right nearby? I don't think wallowing in the dark is Ted's style either. No. If he is here, I must have gone too far. I have to go back. First, I have to call Ron and tell him the news. I'm searching for my phone book when the thought occurs to me. What if Ted went back there? Back to the store? It's on my side of the block party, so I can't ask Ron if he can go check. Ugh, I hate running though. No way around it. Groaning, I pick up my pace into a light jog and head back into the colorful festivities of the block party. Strangely, I feel like I'm heading back to work. I would walk this path every day at the shop. And when I arrived, Ted would give me this brief nod before going back to work as usual. Please, 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 be there waiting for me like you always were, Ted. When I reach the store, the door slide open for me, even though it's still dark inside. That cannot be a coincidence. Ted? I flinch as I hear something to the side, expecting it to be a burglar. Jumpy or not, ain't you? It's Ted, unimpressed with my reaction. He comes slinking out from between the aisle, holding some chains in his hands. How the hell did you find me here? Your dad. I rolled up a finger, then bent over to catch my breath. Man, I really have to work out more. Phew, sorry. As I was saying, your dad found me at the block party. He's looking for you. When he got back to your apartment, he said you weren't there. I don't know why you would even care. Ted threw his arms into the air, rattling the chains. I can't believe him. He just gave up and sold the store like that. I don't want to talk to him when he doesn't even listen. Did you try to talk him out of it? You think I wouldn't? I promised him I'd call him up with some other way. Some way to wake up for messing up so badly. But he wouldn't listen to me. He told me it was better to sell it, and he didn't even explain. I cautiously take a step closer to Ted. I don't want to scare him off. Ted? Your dad was going to try and talk to you tonight. He told me that earlier. He doesn't need to. I know what he's going to say. I let him down. All this time, I've been doing my best to make him proud and I let him down like that over some simple, stupid mistake on the form. I can't believe myself either, so I understand. But I have to show Pops that I'm serious about this. He lifts up the chains, and only then did I notice they're loosely wrapped around his wrist. I'm gonna show him how much this store means to me. I don't care if I have to do what I have to do, but I won't leave this place without a fight. Wait. Are you gonna chain yourself to the store? It's a form of peaceful protest, Nicole. Sheesh. I thought you would have known that. I figured tonight will be the night. Everyone's at the block party. More people would see me that way. My dad hears about this, comes running, sees how dedicated I am, and then he'll change his mind. He has to. There's a desperation to Ted's voice that scares me. I know he cared about this store because of his parents, so I hate to do this, but... Ted, no, you can't do that. Ted looks at me affronted. Who said you were the boss of me? I mean, it literally won't work. There's nothing you can do to make your dad change his mind. And you know this how? Heavily, I reach into my pocket and pull out the piece of paper Ron gave to me earlier. I read it while I was searching for Ted. It's just a bunch of notes of and unorganized thoughts, but I think Ted should get it. Here, take this. Your dad wrote all of it for the talk he was going to have with you. You should get what he was going to say from that. Ted skeptically swipes the paper out from my hand and flicks it open with a finger. I let him take his time reading it. It's not that long, but I'm sure he's gonna want to reread it a few times to let it sink in. However, as it does, Ted's expression changed into something I hadn't expected. What the hell is this? Ted grits his teeth and he looks up at me, eyes blazing angrily. Oh no, what did I do? From the start, he never wanted the shop? What the hell was he doing all this time? Was he screwing with me? Ted crumples the piece of paper into a ball and throws it across the room, bouncing against the glass wall. What the hell is this problem? I hold my hands out to try and calm Ted down, but seriously, I don't think there's anything that can calm him down right now. Why are you so mad? Did you even read what your dad said? Oh, I read it all right. He never wanted the store. He thinks I'm obsessed over it. If he thought that all this time, why did he say nothing? Why did he let me work so hard for something he never cared for? Your dad is just the type of guy who had a hard time talking about stuff like that. I'm so tempted to act just like you, but I'm pretty sure Ted wouldn't appreciate that. That's no excuse. You don't go pulling something like this over someone. It makes me feel like all this hard work, like it was all just a waste of time. Ted backs up into the wall and slowly slides his back down it, letting the chains unravel from his hands. You know, maybe it was all a waste of time. Maybe my pa didn't think I could do anything but run some dinky convenience store. Ted, don't think of it like that. Don't try to console me. Ted roars so loudly that the convenience store must be filled with his voice. Don't talk to me like some loser. I am not a loser. Or maybe I am. Ted drops his head and cradles it between his knees, his hands grab into his hair, desperate for something stable to hold on to. Maybe that's just how I am. I work hard to do my best, it's just not good enough. I'm just gonna screw something up. Because you're only human. My voice is not loud enough to grab Ted's attention from the linoleum floor. Slowly, he looks up at me like I've just spoken a revelation. Ted, I know you want to be perfect, but like, that's impossible, you know? We're only humans. We're gonna make mistakes. There's nothing we can do about it. But that doesn't make us screw-ups or not worth anyone's time. Even though you made a mistake. You know what your dad said? He still told me he was proud of you, and that he always has been. You've done so much, Ted. You work so hard, and your heart is always in the right place. You've inspired me to do my best too. So don't say that you're not good enough, okay? You are good enough. You don't need to be perfect. If your mom was still alive today, I'm sure she would agree with me. Mama. Ted's voice is barely a whisper, and I can see him struggle to steady his quivering lips. He clenches his eyes, looks down at the floor for a moment, then shakes his head. You're lying. He leaps to his feet, startling me, and then starts forward right at me. You're lying. I don't believe you. You're only trying to make me feel better. Ted's blushing super hard as he points an accusing finger right at me. Why is he being so defiant? I'm only trying to praise him. I'm not lying. I meant it. Everything. Gosh, what am I going to tell this idiot to get him to listen to me? Fine, you know what? I'll prove it to you. Ted scoffs like the very notion is impossible. Prove it to me? And just how are you going to... I close the gap between us and press my lips fleetingly against Ted's. We're close enough for me to feel his heart start hammering from underneath his shirt, and I can only indulge in the softness of his touch until he suddenly pushed me away. Ted's eyes are wide and his expression is way past flustered and into mortified territory. His hand shakes as he points at me now. What did you... What was that? I just proved that you were good enough, see? If you got me to fall for you, that has to prove you're something great, right? I blush a little and start laughing. Yeah, I totally just gave a smooth confession right there, but my heart must be beating as fast as Ted's right now. Ted's face goes the reddest I haven't seen as he shyly covers his lips with a hand. You... keeps talking from behind his finger shield, like words would fail him otherwise. You really like me? Do I really have to keep saying it? I'm crazy about you, Ted. I mean it. I sober up a little and looked Ted right in his shaky eyes so he knows I'm serious. So don't ever say you're not good enough just because you're not perfect. You don't have to be. You're perfectly imperfect, and that must be why I like you so much. Ted keeps his hand clamped over his mouth, and he uneasily glances to the side. Finally, he lowers it, and I watch his lips quiver as he struggles to remain cool. I guess if you wanted to be my girlfriend, I could do worse. His word makes warm blossom in my chest, as steadily veiled as they were. I giggle and coyly hold a finger to my lips, blushing. So, are you saying that you like me too? Ted takes a deep breath and nervously clears his throat. I'm not going to repeat this, so you better be listening now. I'm very fond of you, Nicole. You can say that, yes. I'm head over ears for you. I never thought I'd ever be saying this to anyone anytime soon, but being with you gives my life a spark. Ted hunches his shoulder and starts speaking from the corner of his mouth in a quick, quiet voice. So go out with me, please. That's all I need to hear. I charge Ted and jump into his arm, laughing as he twirls me around some. Quickly sets me down on my feet and returns to normal as though remembering himself. Don't think I'm treating you any differently just because we're dating now. It's okay. Anytime I need something, I tap my lips. I'll just do what I did before. Don't talk about it so casually like that. Ted covers my mouth with his own hand, but it doesn't drown out the sound of me laughing from behind it. Eventually, Ted joins in quietly, and the store fills with the sound of both our voices. I hear another noise too, and I look out through the glass wall to see fireworks exploding in the sky. The multicolored arrangement reminds me of flowers. Wow, fireworks! They're so pretty. The party committee managed to scrunch up this much though? Ted lets out a low whistle. Impressive. This is really something. And you wanted to ruin it by chaining yourself to the store like a crazy person. Yeah, but at least you were here to stop me, Nicole. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. Something I would have regretted, no doubt. He warmly gazes at me and I return the sentiment, shrugging my shoulders as if I tell him not to worry about it. That was my first, you know. I hear Ted grumble from under his breath. First kiss? Yes. Okay, it was. Go ahead and laugh. I don't. Instead, I lightly nudge his shoulder. Mine too. Don't worry so much about it. I just never found anyone that I felt anything for. But that reminds me. I should really call your dad and tell him I found you. He's super worried. No thanks to you. Yeah, I'll call him myself. Don't nag me. But... Ted scratches the side of his face bashfully. I was too surprised when we kissed before, so I wasn't all there mentally. I look at Ted for a moment before I finally get what he's saying. I lower my eyelids and grin a cat's grin. Does someone want to kiss again? Laughing playfully, Ted brings his hand underneath my chin and tips it upwards. Just as he lowers his lips to meet mine, a pop of fireworks explodes in the air, lighting up the skies with color. Shut up! I wonder where I can feel Ted's lips against my teeth until I realize I'm smiling. And the Ted special ending. And I'm gonna skip... Oh no, I cannot skip this part. I nearly burst through the doors of the class building the moment I'm done with my bio final. I'm free! I completed my first college semester. None of my tests were even that hard. I feel pretty good about this. I can head out for Christmas break without worrying about my dumb grades. But I won't be heading back to California for a few days. I can just kick back and relax the best I can. Shouldn't get too comfortable. They're really a doctor. I need to chill out. I was in the middle of saying I was going to relax. I'm thinking about those abduction. It's only when I see him sitting on the bench that my thoughts drift elsewhere. Ted leans back against the bench, a leg folded over the opposite thigh. I see that he's reading something in his hands, but he takes his eyes off every so often to scan the people walking past him.
this why he... Sorry. Is this why he asked what time my last final was going to be? I'm giddy again, but for a whole other reason. Hurry skipped closer to him. Ted! I waved to catch his attention, and the corner of his lips rise in a small smile. Well, looky here. I wasn't expecting you for another half hour. Oh, surprise! What can I say? I must be a bio genius. Cocky's never cute, you know. Well, I'll make an exception for you. Grinning, I lean over to peck at his unsuspecting lips, catching him by surprise. Shucks, thanks. Ted glares back at me in embarrassment. Not sure whether it's because I copy his accent or because I kissed him. He is such an old man. Even though we're dating, there's no PDA ever for anything. At least warn a guy. But you're so cute when you get flustered like that. He huffs at my teasing, making me giggle. Mercifully, I take a seat beside him and peer over his shoulder at what he's reading. What you got there? It's a book of all the clubs available here on campus. I got it from the Student Services building. Ted angles the pages so I can get a better look. Wow, I didn't know our school has this many clubs. The names and description endlessly line down the page with some action shot thrown in here and there for good measure. And the front's not even that big. Now that the shop's closing down, I'm gonna be left with more free time than I'm used to, so I figure, heck, why not join the club? I could join a sports team too. The lacrosse teams looks mighty interesting. Ew, please, don't join a sports team. Why is that? Because organized sports are gross, plus if you join, I wouldn't be able to join with you. I hug Ted's arms and squeeze. If you really want to rock out with your jock out, at least make it an intramural club. I think most teams are co-ed. Ted stands speechless with a few seconds before his words come out with his usual blabbing mess. You would join a club with me? I wasn't thinking of forcing you or nothing. I wouldn't hate it either, but I wasn't sure if it was the kind of thing you were into. Well, duh, I'm your girlfriend. I should at least try to be into what you're into. But you better join a really cool club or it's a no-go. I lean off of Ted and jokingly cross my arms. Sorry, I don't make the rules here. Ted chuckles and shakes his head, looking more motivated than he was before. I'll come up with something, little Mr. Picky. I smile as Ted agrees, but then I jolt straight up my seat. Oh, I nearly forgot! I set my bag aside so I can get my phone. I need to call my mom. I promised to tell her how the test went after I finished it. Okay, this is when she's gonna get the message from the abductor. So we're gonna skip over that. What's my bag? Sure. Leave a message. Buzz into her face. But wait, Ted is waiting for me out there. I glance over in his general direction. Part of me wants to tell him about this, but I know I can't. I can't get him wrapped up in this mess too. I'll have to do this as discreetly as possible. It's gonna be hard to keep my cool in front of him. Ted's pretty perspective when it comes to this stuff. If I'm just the slightest bit off my normal game, it's gonna pick it up like a snap of my fingers. Hey, look, they have a club for ballroom dancing. As he picked up on my return, Ted showed me a page of his brochure and pointed out a certain section. I'm way too frazzled at the moment to care, but I do my best to pretend. I'm sure I would like it in any other circumstances. Oh yeah, that's cool, Ted. I grab my bag from the bench and stand awkwardly in place. You're gonna have to say it eventually, Nicole. Keep it smooth. Sorry, this is super short notice, but something came up and I have to go. I hold my breath as Ted responds with a furrow of his brow. Right now, is it something serious? Yeah, I'll tell you about it later, I promise. I'm just gonna go right now. Ted squints his eyes at me, and for a moment I think he's caught on. However, he soon goes back to reading about the school club. I warned you then. My chest clear of all that built-up anxiety. As a consolation, I kissed Ted on the cheek before hurrying off through campus out into town. I head back to the abandoned building. As I am, bringing a weapon might be a good idea, but it'd be troublesome if anyone saw me like that. It doesn't feel real. Am I doing this? Rushing for my death. We saw that stuff. She's gonna get trapped. Cannot skip because this is new, even though it's the same dialogue. There's a noise from the door. If I don't get him now, press my shell, he's gonna bump into Ted. Wait, I let out. Hello, Tyler. You're near the end of this mystery. We pick a path. We're dating Ted, and now we're confronting the abductor. And now we're trapped. So I'm doing good. So you're just in time to see this ending. I'm not sure if it's gonna be the same. If it's gonna be the same culprit. If it is, I'll tell you. If it isn't, I'm gonna tell you who it was last time. But there you go. I let out a battle shout and leap blindly at the abductor from behind the door. Our limbs clash together, and I'm sure I've got a hold of their wrist. But suddenly their body twists, and in a flash, I'm the one with their wrist held against her back. Will you quit squirming around like that? It's me, you idiot! Yeah, he's here to save me. I go slack as I recognize Ted's wondrously familiar southern drawl. Ted? Ted, let's go the moment I realize it's him. I can't believe it. It's really him. I don't even need to turn around to know. How are you here? How did you find this place? Oh, it was simple enough. As relieved as I am to see Ted right now, that feeling disappears as I notice how scarily serious he looks. You were acting fishier than an aquarium back there at school. I thought something was up, so I followed you to this place. I got worried when I realized you weren't coming out anytime soon. I came in myself, and that's where I heard a ruckus coming from over here. That must have been me. And hold on, you were following me? Ted, that's totally not cool. Come off it. You're only saying that now that the shoe's on the other foot. Even though we're so close, Ted points right at my chest. You were the one who was sneaking around first like some sort of rat. What the heck is going on, Nicole? Don't tell me you lock yourself in this room now. No, of course not. It's complicated. I'm a smart guy. I'm sure I'll understand. But Ted... Nicole, for the love of... Explain! Tell me what's going on. Ted grabs my shoulder and steadies me, so I'm looking directly at his face. It's obvious why he's pressing me so hard to tell. He's worried about me. Damn it, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. It doesn't look like he's about to let go, so I don't have much of a choice anymore, do I? Remember I was looking into those disappearances earlier in the semester? It might be because I was scared I was going to be the next one abducted. It's a long story, but one day I started getting these weird images on my blog. They told me I was going to be the next girl taken and that I should watch myself and stuff like that. So I started investigating on my own to fight back against this abductor. I nearly cracked their case and I thought I was going to put the final nail in the coffin today. But I guess the only coffin I nailed was mine. Earlier I got another message from the abductor. They sent a message saying that if I didn't want to be taken, I'd have to get them first. I showed Ted the latest missions I got the afternoon. Here, this is it. I've gotten 4 more like this before, but I erased them all. After Ted finishes reading, he takes a deep breath through his nose and exhales loudly. This has been going on for how long? Since the start of semester? And I'm only hearing about this now?
That voice grows frighteningly louder than it was before. What the heck? Why are you getting angry? Are you seriously asking me that? Of course I'm going to get angry. You're telling me straight to my face that you've been dealing with this for months. Months! And you never thought to even mention it to me. I was seriously scared, okay? It's not like it's not like it involved you. I didn't want to drag you into this. That is such goddamn excuse and you know it. Back down in the wall as Ted advances on me. You're always like this, Nicole. From the moment I first met you, you've been absorbing your own little world. I get it, sure. You're self-sufficient. Nicole does what Nicole wants and pardons to whoever decides to get in her way. But you can't keep doing that. You can't do everything by yourself, you hear me? Why the hell can't I? I swat Ted's hands off of me and I pushed back. I've been just fine up to now, alright? I got all the clues and I was gonna get them. I know I was. Wake up and smell the coffee. This isn't Nicole land. All you did was get yourself locked in this room. If I wasn't so concerned about you goddamn near all the time, who knows what would have happened to you? All I can do is purse my lips and try not to break down. He's right. And that's just so infuriatingly embarrassing. Dad takes another deep breath, feeling way too tense after all that yelling. I'm not asking you to rely on me for everything. All I want is for you to rely on me when you need it. He awkwardly rubs the side of his arms. How do you think it feels knowing the girl you care most about in the world can't even count on you when she's in trouble? I groaned in exasperation. I don't know. You're right. You're super right. I can't do this anymore. I uneasily exhaled and started fiddling with my ponytail, unsure what to say in this awkward atmosphere. I know what I did was sucky, and I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I just didn't want to bother you. I didn't want to put you in danger too. I just got so caught up in the investigation and I've been so stressed out with everything that's been going on and I was so scared like 100% of the time and I take a deep breath and collapse into Ted's chest, hug him in tight. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please don't hate me for this. I nestle my face deeper into Ted's body and it feels like I'm hugging a board with how unresponsive he's being. He must be seriously mad at me. However, just when it looks like I'm not getting out of this one, I feel him wrap his arm back around me. The hands start to stroke the back of my head softly. I'm not gonna hate you for something this stupid. Dad gently pulls me off of him so he can look me in the eyes again. His face is stern, but there's so much warmth in his eyes that my heart bedumps in my chest. Just don't pull something like this again. You never know what will happen to you. I nod quickly. I'm just relieved he's still there by my side. Alright. Now that I found you, we have to get going. We can't stay here. Dad takes me by the hand and pulls me out into the hall. We're gonna call Pops and tell him all about this. You might have to explain yourself all over again, but at least we can set out a search on this bastard. We'll get you somewhere safe. Use what you know, and I'm sure that'll be enough to get him. Dad looks over his shoulder at me, appearing a bit flushed. I'll protect you from this perp no matter what, Nicole. I ain't letting them lay a hand on you while I'm here. That remark is so sincere that I inexplicably end up sounding like a girl saved by some superhero. Even though he's just as methodical and organized as he always is, it's really admirable. I squeeze Ted's protective hand. You're such a knight. Shut up, you! Despite the situation, I end up giggling at his childish response. I'm cut short, though, by the sound of someone clapping. Ted and I come out into a wide hall. The cracked window on this side are still able to stream in light, and standing in the middle of all the rubble and moss is... Oh, it's you!
Yes, it's Jeff again. It's still Jeff, so that's gonna be awkward when I'm gonna do his ending. He's gonna save us and say, "Oh, I wanted to be with you. I kidnapped you because I was secretly in love with you," and blah blah blah. I'm curious to see how it's gonna turn out. How is gonna be the villain? Like we're dating the bad guy. Oh my god! Ew! Ew! I think I'm gonna vomit. Ew. There's no mistaking it. It's Jeff, clapping his hands slowly. He stops the moment he sees we recognize him and wears a smile like he couldn't care less.
You've done it, Nicole! Congratulations are in order! A proper escape, and now comes time for the final confrontation with the villain, no?
Jeff brings his hands up to his chest and slowly lowers them as if setting himself on display. Ah, seriously? There's no time for this. Jeff, stop joking around and get going. I don't know how you got there, but hold on. Okay. She asked you a question before. Why don't you answer it? That voice is deadly low. He must have realized the same thing. It doesn't seem like they came together, judging from his reaction.
I already answered it in a way. You two must have reached the same conclusion as well. I must be what I claim to be. I'm behind the abductions. I can even prove it. I called you here with my last message, did I not? And here we are, facing each other on the abandoned battlefield. At least that's how it was supposed to be.
Jeff glances at Ted, annoyed. I wasn't expecting Nicole Grave +1. Sorry I wasn't part of your plan. Ted keeps level, but I can tell is about ready to let loose on Jeff the moment he sees an opening. I can't let him do that just yet. Why? I thought this abductor guy was some huge creep, but it's just been you. I don't get it. Why would you take these girls like that?
I simply need to further my own gains, and I picked the appropriate subject I needed to make that happen. It's not I thought I heard them. Nor were they missed very much either.
What gives you the right to say that? Yuli Cheers, you remember her? She was the girl you took last month. There were so many people worried sick about her. Someone like you wouldn't get the good she's done to his place. Jeff scolds as though he heard a bad joke.
I'm sorry to be the one to inform you, but your crush was misplaced.
Drop it. I didn't have a crush on her.
I'll let you both in on a little secret. As you may have already guessed, after I abducted someone, I made sure to return them to the spot where I found them. Yuli Cheers was already having the time of her underage life when I made my move. I barely needed the soporific I had prepared.
Oh, I didn't see that coming.
You see? I had to strip an angel of her wings. I merely caged a rambunctious troublemaker I hid within. I made it a policy to only take those who, frankly put, deserved it. A kind, generous girl who turned out to have an excessive love for the party life. She was someone who had better off in confinement than the outside world. Hypocritical of me to say, surely, but you must agree.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I can't say for sure if you're lying, so I won't waste my breath trying to defend her. But even if that what you say is true, that don't mean Yuli was a bad person. People ain't perfect. I've come to realize that now. The bad things she did shouldn't outweigh the good she accomplished. You had no right to judge her on their own terms like that. What you did wasn't deserved by anyone. Jeff reels back like Ted's words are blows to the face. He's really got him on the ropes with that. However, Jeff soon regains his composure and is back to smiling crookily. Something about him seems more off than usual, though.
Well, it's no matter. What's done is done. And now that the jig is up, as it were, it seems I must make my move.
Jeff takes out a small ball with a string poking out the side. Okay, this is the fuse.
You want this bout? It was entertaining, to say the least.
Blue collar smoke.
Ted and Jeff, when I finally reach the front, I see them exchanging swings and kicks back and forth like they were in the middle of some kind of dance. Neither of them can get a clean hit in with both of their speed. It looks like it's a fight to see who wears out first. Finally, I get to give what you had coming for the longest time. He aims a swing right to Jeff's chest, but Jeff evades back like a boxer and counters with a jab of his own.
I'm afraid you'll find it's you who'll be getting what's coming.
I can't just stand here like this. Ted! Ted nearly hit with the jab as he returns to look at me. Oh, you sneaky bastard! He loosens his jaw, then rushes forward, pushing Jeff back with his offensive. You've done a lot of horrible things in our day, but threatening Nicole like that's the one thing I'll never forgive.
Oh, really? And what would you be doing about that?
Ted ducks over one of Jeff's swings and retaliates with a quick shove of Jeff's shoulders. It obviously doesn't hurt that much, but what it does is send Jeff back against the wall of a close-by stone wall. Jeff gasps in surprise as he meets it. Seeing this chance, Ted pulls something off of his belt and flicks a switch on it. Whoa, is that a stun gun? It certainly is, and before Jeff has a chance to recover, Ted jabs the electrified tips right into his neck, sending bolts of electricity running up his spine. Jeff convulses in place, and taking his chance, Ted rears his free hand back and slugs Jeff right across the jaw, sending him back against the wall. The force is enough to send his eyes rolling to the back of his head, and Jeff quietly slides down the wall till he's lying limp on the ground like a rag doll. Never underestimate an officer's son. Oh my gosh, Ted, are you okay? Nicole. I run up to him as soon as I see the coast is clear. I thought Ted was going to get seriously hurt there. You shouldn't have yelled out like that. You almost popped me all one there. I know, I'm sorry. I was just really surprised. But you did it, Ted. You were so cool. I leap into Ted's arm to give him a hug. I must have been taking him by surprise because I hear the stun gun go off in his hand. I hastily hop back a step and glare at Ted like he's judging me. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Blushing, he flicks the switch on his stun gun, and sticks it back into his belt. Never thought I'd get a chance to use that thing. It makes me sort of like a real cop. Do you just carry that thing around with you? I work late night sometimes. It's a safety precaution. Ted grins a little and pats the stun gun on his hips. Besides, it's manlier than mace. After making sure that Jeff was both not dead and out cold, Ted called his dad to report in the situation. What do you think just happened? Ted finishes back from his phone. Ouch. Even I heard that, and Ted didn't even Ron on speaker. Needless to say, Ted's dad wasn't very happy to hear that we went and put ourselves in danger like that, but on the plus side, he did say it was impressive to have caught Jeff all on our own. We kept watch over Jeff for about 20 minutes before we saw the first cop car pull up to the abandoned building. Soon there were even more cars, and the whole street was eventually blinking with red and blue. When Ron got there, he pulled us aside to give us an earful of his own. It's kind of funny, both he and Ted had their weird expressions on their face. Ted looked totally tight-lipped and mortified, while Ron just babbled on, unsure of what to say. He must really not have to lecture Ted that often if they were both unused to it like that. In the end, though, they hugged each other, and then they pulled me in to make it a group deal. What a couple of sweethearts. But Ron had a job to do, and when Jeff finally recovered from all those volts, Ron was the one to cuff him up and lead him to the police car. Ted and I go down to Station 2 for our official statement, and all that. By the time it was over and the chaos has died down in the mile roar, it was pretty late at night. Still, I couldn't help but think of it as the beginning of the end. We caught Jeff, we actually solved the multiple disappearance mystery, Those were the words I drifted off to when I finally got the chance to sleep. It's been a few days since everything happened. This is Christmas Eve. The town still buzzes about the news while the police are doing what they can to sort everything out. However, for the most part, it's been peaceful. Things are slowly turning back to normal. In fact, I'm on my way to work right now. There's that little ding as I step into the convenience store. Whoa, I'm still surprised that everything's up. I thought Ted would have started cleaning by now. Speaking of him, hello, anyone here? There is no one behind the counter right now, and I doubt Ted would leave the store empty to sit in the back room. Nicole? Right behind me, I turn around and there's Ted with an empty box in his arms. What are you doing here? I thought you were head home. And missed the store's last day. I couldn't do that. There's been a change of plans. I need to rock out this hot uniform one last time before I left. I gestured myself in the gray jumpsuit. I don't even have it rolled up like I usually do. That's mostly because of Ted. I figure he would appreciate it if I wore it like it was supposed to at least once in my time here. You can argue that it's kind of late for that, but that's when I'd start ignoring you. Ted chuckles at me and places the empty boxes down by the door. Take your usual place, Dad. I'm just getting ready to move out all the merch when the day is over. Oh, I can help with that too. Ted eyes me suspiciously. Looking for more excuses to avoid your family? Whoa, you're sharp. I should have figured you'd catch on eventually. I saunter on over behind the counter so I can rest my elbows on top of it. My mom and dad are totally pissed at me for not saying anything sooner. I can relate. I lower my eyelids at him from across the counter. Not helping, so yeah, I kinda don't want to deal with that right now. They're not that mad. They said they would ground me if I hadn't brought Jeff to justice. They're just being so smothering and annoying. I can relate to that too. Pop seems to be watching me more carefully than he used to, but I think it will be fine eventually. Stop it! Stop what? Ugh, I can't explain it. Whenever you talk about your dad, you always have this annoying look on your face. You two are way too close. I hate you guys. Don't be jealous. I'm so jealous. I wish I was that close to my dad. You should start by not avoiding him. Okay, we're not talking about parents now. I hastily end the subject, then start rubbing my hand over the countertop, trying to commit every last inch of tactile memory. I'm going to miss everything, believe it or not. I spent a lot of time here. Playfully open the cash register and giggle at the noise it makes. Like, who knows when I'll be able to hear that again? Well, all you have to do is find a new cashier job, problem solved. But it won't be this register, that's the thing. I just have tons of memories to this place. If nearly all of them are working together with you. That might be the one thing I'll miss the most. My voice goes a little quiet as I wait to see how Ted reacts. Was that too much to say? Should I have kept quiet? I'll miss all of that too. Ted lets out a haggard chuckle as he rubs the back of his head. If I'm being honest, I've been trying my hardest not to think about it. This store was the most important thing to me. So now that it's closing down, I was worried it would take a little part of me with it. But it's better this way. I have let that all go, and now I can focus on other important things in my life. Like school, finding a new job, taking care of my pa, and you, Nicole. The way I see it, losing the store is a fair exchange for finding you. The atmosphere between us changes as Ted approaches me. Eventually making his way behind the counter, I look at him, unsure what he's about to do, and I suddenly find his hands in mine. He jerks me forward so I collide with his chest. Whoa, hey! I'm really gonna miss you over the break, you know that? I've been doing my best to be the mature one there, but damn! Ted had his hands locked around my waist, and I carefully perched mine on his chest as I smirk at him. Guess it's finally my turn to be the mature one. Shut up! I'm grinning as he kisses me, unbelievably happy that I'm in his arm like I am now. I know that coming to the school led me to being a target for Jeff, but it's like Ted said, it's a fair exchange for finding him. Eventually, the two of us part from the kiss, grinning like idiots with swollen lips. Isn't there some ethical code against inter-workplace romance? It's the last day and all. I figured I can let some things slide. Ted grins at me as he walks from behind the counter back into the aisle. But still, no slacking. Gotta do it right from start to finish. Yes, boss. I smile as I straighten out my uniform, trying to take from Ted's example. Doing things right from start to finish. Yeah, I think I've done a good job of that so far. There you go. Alright. So, we've gone through half of the endings already. If you include the two bad ones, this plus those four, we're at 6. There are 4 more endings. 2 with Kirk and 2 with Jeff. Jeff is going to be interesting, even though I'm not looking forward to date this asshole at all. I'm curious to see how it's going to turn out.